I choose to walk in the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, it's still talking about the Bible. What is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit. There ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher. In real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this. I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law. Don't get involved and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool to threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the War Machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck, in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball, keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time comes, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill. Guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right, I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah, yeah, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life, pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top, great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out the stretch. Why can't you see it's not logical? If you live diabolical, boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice on correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. I can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In the van coming with a ram with it. When the van come and get him. I am so glad that I changed up, made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, but after my license, day one, let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Sueno, a.k.a. the Orthodox Moor, a.k.a. the Seven Pillar Saracen, a.k.a. Brother Moor, coming at you with an early morning edition of one of my lives, because it's about to be a scorcher where I'm at, but I wanted to cover a conversation I had last night with the ancient Watchman, a.k.a. Shamar and Jose Vega, etc. If you want to see the version without commentary, I uploaded that earlier this morning. I did that so you could get a clear view of what they were saying and what I was saying without my commentary, and y'all can come up with your own opinions of the situation. I found it to be a very interesting conversation. Like I said, when you see this, I jumped on there because I talked about them in a previous video I did, and I told them I saw them making a video about NutZorra, and I was hearing some stuff they were saying about how people got their views misconstrued. So I jumped on. I was like, well, yeah, I might have your views misconstrued. Let me make sure I got it straight, because I was talking about y'all, and I don't want to have your views misunderstood and misrepresented in the public. So if I need to go do like a public retraction kind of a thing, I'll definitely go do that. And so I jumped on and started asking questions, etc. Now, I'm not going to say whether or not I think these brothers are racist or not. I'm not going to get in somebody's head and somebody's heart like that. That's for the Most High to do, right? I'm going to talk about the concept: are their arguments consistent or inconsistent? And so, going forward, watching this video, like I said, this is the one with me doing commentary. If you want the one without the commentary, go check out the one I just uploaded. Hold on, family, with this title right here. The Orthodox Moor speaks to ancient Watchmen and Jose Vega. Are their beliefs racist? You decide. I got that linked down below if you want to go check that out. Right now, I'm going to check out the same conversation. Like I said, just do some review on it. So without further ado, family, we are going to get into this thing here. But before I do that, I'm going to play this.
So, yeah, well, if NutZorra is here, bro, tell him to come here instead of you, bro. We're not addressing you. We're not talking about you. We're not, dealing with you. We're dealing with NutZorra and his lies and his slander campaign against myself, calling us mestizos and the like, bro. When in fact we're gonna bring out the facts and see who's really the mestizo, who's really the mulatto, bro, who's really the mixed people on this planet, according to genetics statistics, bro. We're gonna see that. We're gonna read about that too in a minute. But Shalom, welcome to the live, Orthodox. Welcome to the live, bro.
Shabbat Shalom. What's good, fam?
What's up, man? What's going on?
I'm just here trying to learn. As a matter of fact, like I mentioned y'all in the video I did last night, and I may or may not have mischaracterized y'all's position. So I'm here trying to get clarity on what y'all believe and whatnot, because I don't like mischaracterizing. So from what I heard earlier, you were talking about that you're not a racist group and that you don't hold to the One West positions on certain things. And I may have mischaracterized y'all on that, so I'm trying to understand where you get down certain things, like, and why people would mischaracterize you as such.
Because we're very knowledgeable of scripture. That's why.
So what positions are you taking that? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, first of all, again, you just prove our point, bro, that there's many brothers out there running with this rhetoric, repeating stuff that we've never said, repeating stuff that others said. For example, the greatest example will be we're being called Latino lights. And I'm sure you came to our show last time, and we explained to you that there's actually no such thing as Latino lights. We're not teaching that only Latinos are Israelites. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna repeat this again for the 2000th time, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That the ancient Watchman does not subscribe to hatred rhetoric, bro. We're not out in the streets teaching. Well, what is your nationality? Oh, well, Soko Chinese or Soko Arab. Well, you go into slavery. That's not our ideology. Scripture doesn't teach us, bro. We don't teach that shit. As a matter of fact, we always say that there's white looking Israelites, black looking Israelites, Chinese looking Israelites, yellow looking Israelites, bro. All sorts of Israelites, bro. Our people have made mixed things.
Just to understand, I think this is where a lot of people misunderstand what you're saying, because I know I definitely got to misunderstand. My apologies for that. So who are the black Israelites that you're talking about? Because from what I understand, y'all are like, you don't, do you, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't believe that African Americans, from what I understand, let me say it like this, you don't believe that African Americans can be Israelites?
No,
well, it depends.
Hold on. We believe that a lot of African Americans know that they're Africans, and we respect that.
Okay.
Now, the ones that I hear music.
Yeah, that's not
the ones that we're saying are biblical Canaanites, or the ones that we're saying that are leading a lot of these camps, people like Fopi and things of that nature. They're and even a lot of the Moors.
Oh, so you keep it like on like a spiritual thing, like the way they're acting on certain things like that, like that's
what they
teach and whatnot,
and what they claim exactly.
Okay.
I respect people's beliefs. That's what I say. So if I know Moors that who teach that they're biblical Canaanites, what's the problem? I said, but if I say that on JODa Nazareth's channel or something, I get called a racist. Or if I call people like JJ 7000, who is a known racist, who has been on my channel plenty of times, calling people spics, wetbacks, and all this other racist shit, and he's on this all Israel's black, the air was black, the trees were black shit. I'm like, bro, you're showing Canaanite characteristics. And not even that, you're trying to push, just like how the white man tried to push on us the white Christ, you have a lot of the black community trying to push this black Jesus on us, which to us, whether we're Torah or not Torah, we know that's idolatry. So again, you're trying to now push idolatry, acting like a Canaanite. You're trying to make us bow down to, in our opinion, Baal.
Okay, so just to clarify then, so do you believe that there are African Americans that are Israelites?
Of course. I believe that there are many. We believe that many of the people that are in these camps, and this is why we try to talk to camp members, because us, we believe that their leaders are definitely Canaanites because of the way they act, the way you see how they act like animals on the street, cursing out everybody. That's not nothing holy. That's not something separate. Like you could tell there's something bugged out about those brothers on the streets, just cursing people out, putting people in chains, charging people for Passover. Like making millions of dollars. Like people don't understand. Like a lot of these people, like IUIC, they're in the millions of dollars now for pimping for doing the same thing that they claim the Christian church did to us. They're doing it now.
So I want the family to be very clear on what he's giving me right now. He's giving me characteristics of a Canaanite. I want y'all to file that real quick. Characteristics of a Canaanite, because this concept of characteristics and criteria of who people are and who people are not come up later in the conversation. So one more time, he's giving me characteristics of a Canaanite.
Being hypocrites.
Right. So
acting like merchants.
I Oh, he hit him with the merchant Canaanite joint. Okay, so
exactly.
Okay, so just to clarify, right? Like, so when I hear you call somebody a Canaanite dog, you're not talking about them from necessarily like a genealogical standpoint. You're saying like ideologically, you're acting like a Canaanite.
Yes, the way that
not necessarily, bro. Hold on. Yeah,
the way you view the world, like I said, if you're here trying to tell me this.
Notice his man tried to jump in. Shamar tried to jump in. It was like, well, not necessarily, because right off the top, I'm saying, oh, so you're saying the Canaanite thing isn't you're not just making that a genetic thing. You're saying it's a characteristic of how people act type thing. And my man jumped in. One said yes, one was like not necessarily, and they shut up right quick. All right, moving forward. Well, I'm gonna run that back just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just so we can count it. So I'm going to run this back one more time. Again, we're talking about Canaanite characteristics. And again, like I just said, they're known for calling so-called Negroes Canaanite dogs and whatnot. And so I've heard this in many conversations. And so a lot of people take this to be racist. And so I'm trying to clarify, is this something that you're doing in a racist fashion, or is this something that you're doing in another fashion? One brother says that it has to do with how people act, and somebody else is saying not necessarily. It could be a genetic thing.
On the streets, just cursing people out, talking, putting people in chains, charging people for Passover, like making millions of dollars. Like, people don't understand. Like, a lot of these people, like IUIC, they're in the millions of dollars now for pimping that, for doing the same thing that they claim the Christian church did to us. They're doing it now. Being hypocrites,
right? So
acting like merchants.
Oh, he hit him with the merchant Canaanite joint. Okay, so
exactly.
Okay, so just to clarify, right? Like, so when I hear you call somebody a Canaanite dog, you're not talking about them from necessarily like a genealogical standpoint. You're saying like ideologically, you're acting like a Canaanite.
Yes. The way that
not necessarily, bro. Hold on. Yeah.
The way you view the world, like I said, if you're here trying to tell me this, like this, and this is what we get on people about these color scriptures. Like, we did it. Well, the brother Zion came on. You remember? My gosh, Zion came on, and he was like, telling Jacob was black and everything like that. It was like, all right, fine. Now prove it with scripture. The brother couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the whole conversation, at least he got it to the point where he's like, all right, I get what your brother's saying. That for people who claim these things and they can't prove it, should stop saying it. If you know that you cannot pull a scripture to prove a certain thing, stop saying it. Stop telling people that Jacob and Isaac and Jacob were black people, but then when we ask you a scripture, well, what scripture, says that, like, proves that? Oh, we don't know that, but according to science and according, like, brother, no, we're talking about scripture here. You know what I'm saying? You made a statement that proved it with the scripture, and nobody has done it. Not Judah Nazareth, not none of these guys. So I'm telling them, so if you're trying to push this black ideology, that you're trying to push, but yet you can't prove it scripturally, bro, I'm going to call you I'm going to call you. Mm-hmm. You're acting like a Canaanite. You're trying to push an ideology on me that the scriptures is not teaching
you. Interesting. So again, your position is that there are some Israelites amongst the African American people, but
let me clarify something else too, bro, because we also teach that the people from the 1600s are not even Israelites. They're a bunch of Canaanites also sent to the old tents of Shem and Japheth to fulfill the curse, which is to become the servant of servants unto all the nations. It has nothing to do with the curses of the Romans chapter 28, verse 68, because verse 68 was already fulfilled during the Greco-Roman Empire, according to the book of the third book of where is it, Baruch? I think it's the third book of Baruch, chapter 4, basically the whole chapter if you read it in context. So that was already fulfilled back then. It has nothing to do with the slave trade of the 1600s. So also, another clarification I want to give out that Jose didn't say anything is that the Negro Israelites that are going to be our people are the ones that amalgamated with us. The greatest example is going back in times with Joseph, when Joseph married an Egyptian woman. Joseph married an Egyptian woman, yet his children, Ephraim and Manasseh, were basically...
Okay, so I'm trying to get clarity. Like, so are you saying that people of African descent can be Israelites, some of them can't be Israelites? And their answer was yes, some can be. but only the ones that intermixed with them. One more time. Some can be, but only the ones that intermixed with them. Again, I'm going to run this one back just a little bit. Some can be, but only the ones that intermixed with them. So I start asking again. I don't get offended that nothing's being said here, right? I'm just running through the logistics of what they're saying. I'm running through the logistics. And like I said, I don't want to have their beliefs misconstrued. So you can hear me having this logical conversation, walking it through with them, trying to make sure I understand what they're saying. So I want to make sure y'all hearing what I'm hearing. So I'm trying to make sure that I understand. Can people of African descent be Israelites? Yes, no. And they're saying yes, but only if they mixed with them.
Like, proves that. Oh, we don't know that, but according to science and according, like, brother, no, we're talking about scripture here. You know what I'm saying? You made a statement that proved it with the scripture, and nobody has done it. Not Judah Nazareth, not none of these guys. So I'm telling them. So if you're trying to push this black ideology, you know, that you're trying to push, but yet you can't prove it scripturally, bro, I'm going to call you I'm going to call you. You're acting like a Canaanite. You're trying to push an ideology on me that the scriptures is not teaching me.
Interesting. So again, so your position is that there are some Israelites amongst the African American people, but
let me clarify something else too, bro, because we also teach that the people from the 1600s are not even Israelites. They're a bunch of Canaanites also sent to the old tents of Shem and Japheth to fulfill the curse, which is to become the servant of servants unto all the nations. It has nothing to do with the curses of the Romans chapter 28, verse 68, because verse 68 was already fulfilled during the Greco-Roman Empire, according to the book of the third book of where is it, Baruch? I think it's the third book of Baruch, chapter 4, basically the whole chapter if you read it in context. So that was already fulfilled back then. It has nothing to do with the slave trade of the 1600s. So also, another clarification I want to give out that Jose didn't say anything is.
Before he gets into this, I want people to understand. So what he's saying is that the slave trade that happened, the transatlantic slave trade, that had nothing to do with any captivity in the Bible, that the Bible speaks about, right? And so what he stipulated is that no Israelites were dealt with on that they were all Canaanites that came through on slave ships. And then they're going to further try to justify this by something that gets disproven by themselves in conversation. For proof of this, they try to ask the question. So what verses in the Bible speak about Israelites and Canaanites being on slave ships together? And it sounds like they feel like this is a very intellectual argument, but it's based in a very flawed logic, and we explore it very quickly. We're going forward.
That the Negro Israelites that are going to be our people are the ones that amalgamated with us. The greatest example is going back in times with Joseph, when Joseph married an Egyptian woman. Joseph married an Egyptian woman, yet his children, Ephraim and Manasseh, were basically half Negro, half Shemitic. And then obviously,
Judah Nazareth was just calling mulattoes and mestizos on this channel. I'm stopped.
Yeah, my bad. It's third book of Maccabees, not Baruch. Third book of Maccabees, chapter 4. Thanks, Mashika Oaxaca, bro. Thanks, Jeremiah. But yeah, man. So that's kind of what I want to clarify, because a lot of people say, have the assumption that the Negroes that came on the slave ships are Israelites. No, they're not. Only the ones that are amalgamated with us, bro. So that's
so
the
when
thing,
you say
bro.
when you said the ones that amalgamated with you, like when and where would you say the amalgamation happened?
Well, amalgamated is when I give you the example of Joseph, when Joseph married an Egyptian woman, meaning what? Meaning that Egyptian woman, hold on, brother, hold on. Meaning that the Egyptian woman amalgamated with Joseph, meaning married Joseph, and they have progeny with the Shemite, which is Joseph. Joseph was the Shemite. The Egyptian woman, the daughter of that priest in Egypt, she was the heathen. She was the Hamite. So right there is the example. Amalgamation means when you mixed in with our people. Same thing that happened with the Native Americans that were runaway slaves going back to the 1800s, and they took refuge amongst the Native Americans, and they amalgamated with our people in the Native American reservations or clans and whatever the like. Later on, we know, according to the history, we brought this out, that a lot of the chiefs gave daughters to a lot of the runaway slaves in order for them to create progeny, so on and so forth. Obviously, some years later, I'm talking about now they're saying that they're the Native Americans, and that the Native Americans that are in existence today prior to the slave trade, they're not Native Americans. They're Mongolians, Chinese, and Japanese, so on and so forth. Even though that's not what the history teaches, bro. We can bring out the facts today, and we are gonna bring out the facts today anyway. So that's what we're saying.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna say a statement to see if I have your belief correct, and if I have it incorrect, please correct me. Like, so if I heard you right, you're saying that no slave that came off the slave ships from West Africa was an Israelite, but after they came off the slave ships, if they intermixed with your people, which would be the Latinos and Native Americans, etc., that's if they're intermixed with them, that they would be Israelites then, or something.
Oh,
of that
for
nature.
sure.
For sure,
Yeah,
and not just that. We also know that there were so-called Africans over here even prior to the 1600s too. So, so we also know that a lot of the natives that we're mixing with, and even like I said, even further back, they have more of a chance of being, the same thing, mixing.
Interesting. Yo, quick question. Do you mind if I clip this up and put this on my channel as a retraction? Because I definitely got you guys a little bit wrong, and I want to put it up. I want to be able to show for anybody watching my channel that I got some of your beliefs on and what you guys actually believe. What did you thought we believed? I thought that you thought that there was no chance that anybody of African descent could be Israelite or whatnot, and so you're telling me that the way you see it, that there is a way to where, like, if they intermix with your people,
and they've been doing that, but they've been doing that for thousands of years, just like with the Edomites, the Moabites, everything. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Israel's a mixed people, and again, and to us, we don't care what you are. If you claim to be a child of God, that's the most important thing. We keep stressing people over and over again. That's all we care about. We're trying to get everybody off of all this color shit. And we use the Bible to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So just like if we was to debate, let's say, like a white nationalist, you know what I'm saying, that teaches white Hebrewism, we have arguments.
So understand, at this juncture, I'm still trying to rock with. I'm like, okay, I got you misunderstood. My G's saying, okay, we're trying to get people off the colors type stuff. I'm like, all right, cool. Let me try to rock with you and see what you're saying. Because I just said, no, I had you misunderstood on something. But what's interesting is you're going to keep hearing Jose Vega make more of a progressive argument. You're going to hear my brother Shamar make more of the prejudiced arguments. Like they keep kind of like going at each other a little bit when I'm talking. Like there's a little bit of a disconnect, dissent amongst them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And Jose keeps trying to cover for Shamar a little bit. Like, so for instance, you'll hear Jose saying, "Oh yeah, some African Americans can be Israelites." And you hear Shamar like, "Yeah, but only if they mix with us." Okay, boom, blah, blah, blah. Them kind of things there. Just keep listening for that.
For them, just like we have arguments for what we call Black Hebrew Israelites, people who just want to bring up, skin color and whatever hair textures and all that stuff. Whatever argument they try to bring up, we have arguments for them to debunk them and to get them off. And our main message is to stop with this colorism stuff.
Well, okay, real quick. So I'm trying to understand something. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that there was intermixing with via thousands of years. Are you saying that was just in the Americas, or are you saying true? Like,
no, even
would that include the
prior.
African Peninsula as well, or no?
Oh, even prior to the Americas, of course, there was mixing for thousands of years, even in the time of in the Egyptian dynasties. Even real quick. Like I'm specifically talking about like in a time like from in the Iberian Peninsula when you have like the Moors in Spain and all them types of things and whatnot. Like, so do you feel like you're connected, like when you say like Latinos and Native Americans, like those are the same people too, or no? That came from Spain and Portugal?
Yeah.
I would say in a very small amount. Because think about it. Look how small those countries are. Are you telling me that Spain, or how small Portugal is, that they spread their seed to the point where their seed is all over Central and South America? To me, that's like giving too much credit to the white man and the way he spreads the seed. because I don't see him spreading his seed like that in Asia and Africa. But for some reason over here, I just find that to be a little funny. So I really don't.
So again, family, y'all can go see my previous videos to where, you know what, let me go. Yeah, y'all can see my previous videos to where I was citing information to where up to a quarter of people in North, South, and Central America have Sephardic Jewish DNA, or a quarter of the Latino people, the Hispanic people, have Sephardic Jewish DNA, and that can be anywhere from 150 to 200 million people. That's not a drop in the bucket. There's not a drop in the bucket. That's a hell of a population. That's just the Hispanic people that have Sephardic Jewish DNA. That's not like the entire Hispanic population that has Iberian DNA. I mean, that's crazy big in comparison. But going forward,
we believe in stuff like that because we know that and this is what a lot of people don't even understand, is that a lot of the Spaniards that were even over here left here because they fought a war with the English to fight over the transatlantic slave route. So the Spaniards a lot of the Spaniards that were in Central America at that time, if they were losing the war to go back home, back to Spain, because they're losing the war to the English over the Atlantic Ocean, what do you think a lot of the Spaniards did? They fled back home.
So do you consider yourself connected to the Sephardic Jews in any way, shape, or form?
No, but I believe that Sephardic Jews are Jews. I believe a lot of them are Jews.
So, okay, I need y'all to file that. Sephardic Jews are Jews. Sephardic Jews are Jews. I need y'all to file that because that's going to be a consistent point of reference. When you say like Latino and Native American, so what do you mean by the Latino part? Like, help me understand that part.
So-called Latino, like the so-called Latino is just a term that was given to us, but in reality, the only reason why we say like Hispanics and natives is because that's the name. Most people are.
You mean Hispanic,
like
when it comes to
our nation,
like native
right?
to American, Spanish. Is that what you're saying? Like, so you
no. We're the.
Go ahead.
In a way, yeah, but that again, that's a term. That's a term that was made up by the enemies, but that's not. We weren't calling ourselves natives and Hispanics or Latinos prior to colonization, bro. As a matter of fact, our people were calling themselves the Lost Tribes of Israel. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Our people were calling themselves the Lost Tribes of Israel, bro.
And to be clear, West Africans weren't calling themselves Negro. Just so y'all are clear, with my brothers in the ancient Watchmen, just so y'all understand, the West Africans getting off the slave ships were not getting off calling themselves Negro. Like I reiterate, Negro is a Spanish word. I say such in this conversation.
Prior to colonization, obviously later on, our heritage was taken away, our history was erased, our priests were killed off. Everything that we know of, going back to the oral tradition of us being the Shemitic tribes, the Lost Tribes of Israel, bro, it was burned up, it was lost, it was, and again, all that I just mentioned was replaced by nothing more than Catholicism. From North, Central, and South America, mainly, Mexico down Central and South America, bro. Even the Caribbean islands suffered that colonization of the mind by Christianity, aka Catholicism, bro. So all of that got erased by that. Now, our people are calling themselves Hispanics, Colombians, Puerto Ricans, and all this other stuff that limit our unity collectively as a whole, as a nation, bro.
And also, to tell you the truth, we don't care even if some of our brothers.
Now, this is my own personal commentary. So they're saying that those names that got placed on them by colonial powers keep them from uniting as a people. Yet, in same fashion, they're only willing to call people of African descent, like left, right, and center, Negro. And again, Negro is a Spanish word that comes through the slave trade. Like, again, my people were not calling themselves Negro coming off the slave ships. They were being called Negro coming off the slave ships and going on to the slave ships. They were being called negro. So if it's so, I'm just going to sincerely ask this one from my brethren in the Ancient Watchmen. Like, so if you feel like those names like Hispanic and Latino don't aid you in your unity, and that they actually aid in keeping you divided, I'm going to respectfully ask that you keep it consistent and don't call the people of African descent who went through the slave trade negro. Don't do that one. Like, por favor, don't do that.
And sisters are from the what you would call Spaniard or Portuguese seed, because we don't teach that the seed line specifically goes through the male, because we see in Torah that even through the female, their children were those strangers you read all throughout Torah.
Yeah,
you're supposed to treat that stranger like your brother. You're still supposed to treat that stranger, and they're not going to get their. And we also teach that they're not going to get their tribe until the third temple, which we read in the book of Ezekiel. You know what I'm saying? So again, like when these guys say these ridiculous arguments, it's like, okay, who cares? Because at the end of the day, Leviticus 24 is a perfect example of that Egyptian man who was married to that, I believe, she was like from the tribe of Issachar, I believe. Yeah. Zebulon,
I forgot.
I believe. Well, I forget. It's one of those tribes. I think it was like Zebulon or something. And it tells you, that her son blasphemed the Lord's name. You know what I'm saying? And then the very next chapter, Leviticus 25, it tells you how to treat this Israelite stranger like your brother, if your brother waxes poor. So yes, so you know what I'm saying. So,
hey, let me bring the scripture out, bro, that Jose Vega was referring to, because again, this is how you differ us from us between us and the One West Hamitic doctrines, bro. Because the One West Hamitic doctrines, they teach that in order for you to be Israel, you have to come from both Negro parents, right? Or at least your parent has to be Negro, which is nowhere in the scriptures, right? Because Jose Vega just said it. We don't teach that, bro. We don't teach that you descend from your father, the lineage descends from the father, even though it does because of tribal matters. But you can also claim tribe to the mother. What's that?
Is that what Sakari teaches? I thought they did with natives in the Hispanics as well.
What was that again?
Does Sakari teach that? Because I thought they did with natives and Hispanics as well.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, they do, but yeah,
like,
well, no, hold on.
Do they teach like? Go ahead.
They do, bro. They do, but the only difference, bro, is that their ideology is based on a Pan-Africanist ideology to say that the 12 tribes began as Negroes from the start, and that the so-called Hispanics and Native Americans today that are the so-called Hispanics, Native Americans that are light-skinned today, they are the product or the byproduct of rape, meaning that they're basically rape babies.
So something that you're going to see them do consistently in this conversation is try to do a general conversation about One West and then try to apply it to people specifically, and then very broadly, and then specifically, and broadly and specifically. And then when they get pressed on specifically, they keep muddying the waters and whatnot. Again, that to me, that's very inconsistent. Something that you'll see me do, again, like I did with them, is I want to make sure I get your beliefs very, very, very clear so I do not misrepresent what you say. So I don't agree with a bunch of stuff Sakari teaches, but I'm never going to misrepresent their belief. I'm going to accurately represent their belief if I talk about it. I'm not going to say they believe something they don't. I'm not going to strawman. I'm not going to strawman the thing. I'm going to be 100% honest about what they're saying they believe. And then I'll be 100% honest about my commentary about it. But I'm not going to mischaracterize what they believe. That's not consistent.
Right. So Jose Vega will be a rape baby. I will be a rape baby according to the ideology of One West, because the ideology of One West is that the 12 tribes began as Negroes, like Hispanics, Native Americans come from Negroes. That's basically the idea, and that's not the case. So going back to what Jose Vega is saying, bro. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, like, so just to clarify, so for a fact that Sakari teaches that it's like I believe they said like Issachar is like the Latino stuff, right? And to be clear, I don't know. I have never known One West to teach that doctrine. That lighter brown people are always the result of being rape babies. of Negroes, like, or that they were originally Negroes and they became rape babies because of something. I've never heard that doctrine. I want to be 100% clear. I've never heard that as a foundational One West doctrine. If you know, hey, UA community, I know y'all are on it. If that's a foundational One West doctrine, please shoot me a video clip. Please help me out. That both parents got to be Negro in that Native Americans and Latinos, etc., are the product of rape babies, or the product of being rape babies. That, like, yeah, I hear what they're saying about, like, trying to say, like, yeah, they got this Pan-African view, and I guess by Pan-African view, they're saying that they believe because even more than the One West Israelites, like, I don't know of anybody who doesn't believe that the Israelites were of an Afro-Asiatic stock of some sort. I don't know anybody who doesn't believe that. There's some people who believe that and teach that Israelites were of like a West African looking Negro looking stock, like my brothers are saying, right? They're saying Negro stock, you know what I'm saying? Trying to keep people divided. You don't, not everybody who's of an Israelite tradition believes that, and I've never heard that pushed amongst everybody in a One West concept. Like, I know that there is the Negro only concept, and I know that there are a lot of people who teach the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And the ones that teach the black, Spanish, and Native Americans, I've never heard teach that Hispanics and Native Americans got their color, like they were Negro and then got lightened up through being rape babies. I never heard that. Again, if y'all can show me Sakari or somebody like that teaching the, like, again, with the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans doctrine, saying that, please show it to me. I'm in, because I'm always down to learn, and I will definitely come on and say I was 1,000,000% wrong for it, for what I'm saying here, and being in opposition to these brothers' information and whatnot. But moving forward.
No, but they believe that
we don't subscribe to the 12 tribe chart.
No, I know you don't. No, I'm saying them though. Like, so I hear you say One West, and I was asking specifically about Sakari. So I was just curious about them, because like, so I'm in Watchman.
They're One West too, bro.
I come from, like, so me and Al's are used to live, like, we grew up in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm real curious about, like, on their views on stuff. I haven't kept up. I know they change a lot, and that's why I was asking, like, so.
Oh, of course they do.
That's why I was asking. Are they now teaching that it's the cars rape babies?
No, but they're not actually saying that. We're just saying that their ideology.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
Basically, because they're saying that the Negro man, that the Israel started off Negro, and through mixing. Mm-hmm. That's how you get the so-called Latinos and blah 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 blah, right? That's what they're saying. Gotcha. But we've asked them this, and this is the thing I asked them. I was like, "But wait a minute, what do you mean by mixing? It's not like these people came over here as immigrants, and we were just kicking it with the white man, and we just started mixing with the women. No, we know that wars happen and a lot of raping and stuff like that happens. So what are you actually saying? So yes, Ayash is technically right. What they're actually trying to tell us is that the reason why we look the way we look is from raping. So now, and this is how we usually cut their silly ideology and their 12 tribe chart, and this is why Ancient Watchmen is the only group.
By the way, I want y'all to notice that my man Avanya is trying to get on from the Torah Nights the whole time. Then my man Ancient Watchman, Shamar, is like, yeah, stop making excuses and jump on. By the end of the whole thing, he's telling Avanya he won't let him come on. Just like by the end of the thing, he's muting my mic. And not saying that he's muting my mic. and then gets calls from muting my mic. Just want to point that one out.
That the whole One West has put a non-contact order is because we use their own ideologies against them in their own table of nations that they teach against them. Okay, so when they tell us, well, the Israelites started off Negro, right, and we got this through mixing and raping and blah 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 blah. Well, I told Sakari this. I was like, I find it funny that you're saying that you started off Negro, but according to your own table of nations, you guys teach that the Edomites are white people. You guys teach that Moab and Ammon are the Chinese and the Japanese. You guys teach that the Elam is the East Indians. You teach that the Arabs are Ishmael. You know, the white man is Esau. And I told them, I was like, I find it funny that all those people that I just mentioned is exactly what everybody calls us so-called Hispanics and natives today. They'll either call us Mongoloids, they'll call us Europeans, they'll call us Arabs, they'll call us all these things because they say that we look like all of these different type of nations. So I find it funny that we actually look like all the Shemitic nations according to your own table of nations, but why doesn't not one of the Shemitic nations that are on your own chart look like a Negro or African that you would call African today? That's how easy it was to destroy the One West theology right there. This is why they put a no contact order when we brought this information out when we did that debate 3 years ago, because they had no answer for that. It shocked the whole community. This is why ancient geometry became pretty popular among the people, because they heard the beautiful arguments that we did against One West, to the point where One West completely went on a slander campaign against us, started making fake YouTubes of me, making fake Instagrams of me, making fake Facebook accounts of me, all saying racist shit to try to paint me as a racist.
Hey, let me bring this up.
And it's funny because they call Vocab the Malone the devil, right? All of them, all the way. They call Vocab, he's the devil. Yeah. So you're telling me that?
Just to be clear from it, their consistent claim is that they're not racist. People just got them all wrong, and now they're claiming that people were making sock accounts of them to make them seem and sound racist. I'm not going to comment on whether that's true or not. I don't have any facts as to whether or not people were making sock accounts, etc. I'll say this: I would have no need of making a sock account to deal with whatever information they're going to bring out. It's what we affectionately call light work.
That y'all having conversations with the fucking devil, but put a no contact order on your so-called brothers who are supposed to be brothers according to your own 12 tribe chart. Ouch. You see what I'm saying? And I'm trying to tell people. This stuff. It's like, why you people need to start asking yourself. Start telling Sakari, yo, why are you not talking to ancient watchmen? That you guys know they have a following. You guys know they're teachers, and they go on other people's platform and have conversations. Why aren't you guys having conversations with them anymore,
bro?
I want you to pay attention to that question, because they literally answer their own question via the mouth of Mighty Hebrew. Shout out to Mighty Hebrew out there in Africa. I'm saying, Shalom Alaikum. Hope all is well with you, fam. Yeah, he literally answers the question for him, and they say so, and they don't even catch it. They don't even catch it.
Y'all need
bro,
to start asking
and also let me bring this out too, bro, because I had a debate with the Mighty Hebrew. I don't know if you know about the Mighty Hebrew, bro. I invited him. I challenged him 2 weeks ago, bro. He got challenged 2 weeks ago, bro. I went to their inbox, the Lions Den chat group over there on Facebook, bro. We went back and forth, bro. At the end of the day, he's like, well, the only way I would agree to come to your platform is if we deal with the information that's more modern. I'm like, okay, fine. Everything goes, bro. I don't care, bro. We just bring it out. Friday came down, bro, which is we do Friday night Miami. That day came, bro. We did the podcast. He never showed up, bro. And all he did was try to talk shit against me. But wait a minute, you call yourself the mighty Hebrew. You claim to be all this mighty, knowledgeable, with all this quote unquote esoteric knowledge, which is a bunch of bullshit that I also can debunk, bro. Because I can talk esoteric too, bro. I can talk deep mystery shit too, right? So where is it at? See, this is the point that Jose Vega is saying, bro. Like, not to mention the fact that he's like, well, you know, why would I debate with a small channel that has only 500 plus subscribers? So like, okay, wait a minute, what does it have to do with the truth?
Right. In one breath he says they have a following. In another breath he's saying, yeah, Sakari and Mighty Hebrew don't want to deal with me. Maybe that's because they actually have an established following, and they might have the concept of elephants don't swat at flies. They might have that concept of elephants don't swat at flies. Me, I don't care. I talk to everybody. I'm not a big dude myself. I talk to everybody, right? Talk to everybody like they're the same. But some people, when they got established followings, they're not just trying to give clout to people for no reason. That might not be why they built up their own clout, just to hand it out for free. Like, if you want to have a conversation with Sakari, it's not hard. You walk up to him on the street and you start talking to him. Vocab does it all the time. He does it all day long. He gets a camera, runs up on Sakari, and makes a billion videos about it. If you're consistently about that life, just run up on Sakari with a camera and get it in. If you're consistently about that life, just run up on Sakari with a camera and get it in. I know you're not saying vocab's more about that life than what you are. I know that's not what I'm hearing.
Like, I don't care if you got one follower. We're still going to discuss certain matters when it comes to the truth, bro, when it comes to certain issues and whatever they like, bro. The numbers, the following has nothing to do with anything, bro. That's just a weak excuse for you brothers not to come in and actually have a dialogue with us, bro. Why? Because they're afraid, bro. That's all. It all comes down to that, bro. And as a matter of fact, you know, we're being called racist because we call on, you know, certain brothers Canaanites, so on and so forth, even though JODa NutZorra has called, you know, has used the same word to say, well, you know, I believe there's some Canaanites amongst the African community. There's a lot of Canaanites amongst the
I want everyone to keep in mind this whole time. Like, look at the title of this video, right? The title of this video is them calling out Tokyo Philistine, JODa NutZorra, right? They're talking about JODa, right? And they even retitled it because first it did say JODa. But this whole time, I want y'all to understand, like, JODa's mother, which he talks about all the time, is Puerto Rican, i.e. JODa is Puerto Rican. He says his father is African American. Right? I want y'all to keep that in mind. So JODa's Puerto Rican. Jose Vega's Puerto Rican. Shamar sounds like he's Mexican to me. He doesn't sound like his accent sounds super Mexican to me. He doesn't sound South American. He doesn't sound like he has any kind of like Dominican accent. He doesn't sound like he's Cuban. He doesn't sound Puerto Rican. None of that. He sounds like he has a very, very Mexican accent. And not even like a Yucatan type thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I live around people from the Yucatan Peninsula. He sounds more like northern Mexican. But that's neither here nor there. I just want y'all to keep this in mind, though. JODa NutZorra his mother is Puerto Rican. He's Puerto Rican. So is what they're saying about him consistent or inconsistent? Again, I'm not dealing with the whole racist, not racist thing, right? That's between them and God. I don't know their heart. I don't know their head, right? I'm dealing with consistent, inconsistent.
Community. Wait a minute. He's saying that there's a Canaanites amongst the African community, but when we say it, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world, bro. It's outrageous, bro. How dare you saying that there's Canaanites, right? So double standard right there, bro. It's double standard, double talk from a lot of these dudes. And as a matter of fact, let me show you this video real quick. Why? Because even Negroes that are not part of the one West Semitic ideologies are saying these. Watch. Mute your mic, Jose.
I can barely hear it.
Finish reading.
Mute your mic.
It says verse 10. And remember, I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite nation from the land of Canaan. We are the ancient Canaanite nation, the ancient early pre-inhabitants. And remember, the ancient Canaanite nation, the ancient early pre-inhabitants. And remember, I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite. It says verse 10. And remember, I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite nation from the land of Canaan. We are the ancient Canaanite nation, the ancient early pre-inhabitants. And remember, I left off where it says the ancient Canaanite nation from the land of Canaan. We are the ancient Canaanite nation, the ancient early pre-inhabitants. First, it says, 10. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without a doubt or contradiction. There is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself.
There it is, bro. So once again, bro, a lot of people from the Kemetic community, a lot of people from the Moors community, bro, a lot of people that are not even subscribing to no ideology, bro, they know that they're not Shemitic. They know that they're Africans, bro. As a matter of fact, why would these brothers try to steal someone else's heritage when in fact a lot of brothers go back to Africa, bro? You know what I'm saying? So
this I found to be super interesting. Like, so I actually came out of the Moor Science Temple of America. I actually used to be part of the temple. I got 3 Circle 7s on my show. 3 of them. My first one is beat to hell. Falling apart. I don't know how you can not get a book that is so small with so few chapters and miss the concept of the fact that they call themselves Canaanites because of the land of Canaan. I would get into this, but I'm not even going to try to do it. Like, family, if you want to, you can do this yourself. There's online versions of the Circle 7 Quran. There's online versions of the Circle 7 Quran. You can go easily look this up for yourself. They talk about who was part of the Moroccan Empire. And before it was the Moroccan Empire, there was the Moabites, right? And then they were joined by people from the Holy Land. Like, so you have, the Moabites are not Canaanites, mind you. First and foremost, the Moabites are not Canaanites. So when the Moors are saying something about ancient Moabites, they're not saying Canaanites. They're talking about the Hebrew people. They're talking about the Hebrew people. Sometimes they do talk about actual literal Canaanites. So when they talk about Jesus being of the bloodline of the Canaanites, yeah, they're talking about they're actually talking about that though. Like, so he comes. They talk about him having the Moabites in his bloodline. So once you understand when you understand the lineage that they talk about, they're talking about Rahab, that Boaz's mother was a Canaanite. So sometimes they do talk about literal Canaanites, but that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about being from an ancient Canaanite nation, i.e. the land of Canaan. Just like if any one of us got a passport to say American as a nationality. We don't have an American bloodline. So when you go over what the Moors talk about, they talk about a Moroccan empire being formed by Moabites and then some Canaanite peoples. Yeah, 100%. And then it also stipulates that other people, there's another migration of people that come over from the Holy Land. And when you understand the history of that, those are people coming over from the Levant and people coming over from Yemen. And when you understand the real history of that, a lot of them are Hebrew peoples. And a lot of those Hebrew people are Israelites. Not all of them, but there's a good chunk of them. And maybe people don't entertain certain conversations because this is real easy to prove. Because like you're mischaracterizing the more, like there's not anyone you're talking about that you're not mischaracterizing. People don't enjoy being mischaracterized. Like again, their book is not like the Circle 7 Quran is not a hard book to understand. It's got very few chapters and very few chapters. Like again, these chapters are like 1 page long. Sometimes front and back. 1 page long. It's like some Lao Tzu type stuff. It's not hard. It's not hard to get this type of stuff correct. So you're either trying to pigeonhole something, or you're going past your pay grade. You might need to slow down on some stuff. And that consistently seems to be evident. Me, I think there's a lot of things that you're saying that are being said in ignorance, which is one of the reasons why I'm definitely not touching on the racism thing. But that is why I'm touching on the consistency thing, because you can definitely work on that. You can definitely get more consistent, and it makes you sharper. It makes you 100% sharper.
Brothers are saying it outside the ancient Watchmen. Brothers are saying it outside these ideologies of the Moors, outside these ideologies of the community, bro. But when we say, hold on. But when we say it, the son, we are the racist.
And it's funny because I was having this discussion on Lex Vortex channel like about a few weeks ago, and I was telling him, I was like, it was like, because one person was like, oh, Jose uses it in a racist term. I'm like, how do I use calling people Canaanites in a racist term? Last time I checked, the Bible teaches us that the Canaanites were very knowledgeable people, that they were seafaring people, they were merchants, they were you know what I'm saying? They built great cities. They, you know what I'm saying? Like I give them, like I told them, I was like, I give them props. Matter of fact, even though we break down Ezekiel 20.
So when he's calling somebody a Canaanite dog, and based upon all them characteristics he gave previous to the thing, like, so now he's saying like, no, I give props to the Canaanites. Like, so when he's calling people Canaanite dogs, he's giving props to them now. I can't feel that don't sound consistent to me. I don't know about y'all, but that don't sound consistent to me.
To show how that is actually talking about a slave trade of some African people, but that also later on in that chapter, it also does speak beautifully about the Canaanite again. You see what I'm saying? Like the Most High does speak beautifully about him, talk about how knowledgeable he is again, how he was found without sin in the garden, and until iniquity was found in him. You know what I'm saying? Like there's positive things to talk about the Canaanite. We're not telling people, like JODa Nazareth says, we use the Canaanite as the new N-word. It's like, no, we don't. It's still a heathen nation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is.
So they don't mean Canaanite dog in any kind of derogatory format in any way, shape, or form. Yo, y'all need to stop selling it because I'm definitely not buying
it. But no, we don't use it as a new N-word. No, we're just trying to humble you guys out. Yo, stop with that mentality. Get off the color stuff. If not, we're gonna keep using the sword to chop your head off. If y'all want to be into that racist stuff, we're gonna chop your head off with the scripture.
So with most of the Moors that I know, they don't deny that. They don't like. So for instance, like you're talking about like the Mighty Hebrew, whatnot. Like so, I've even done videos to where there's Moors in North Carolina that were hospitable to him building with him and whatnot. Like, and they accept like the concept of some people coming off the slave ship being Israelites and whatnot. You got Moors in New York and whatnot, like the Brooklyn Moors, who will have like Zion Lexico speak amongst them and whatnot. They don't deny like people of an Africoid look or descent, etc. coming off the slave ship with Israelite heritage and whatnot. So, what information did you look at that had you exclude that possibility?
They're excluded. This is the argument that we've been recently talking about also, because we've seen a lot of brothers now saying that they believe that we've seen Judah Nazareth admit it. We've seen anonymous Hebrew admit it. We've seen a few brothers admit this, that they're admitting that there were actual Hamites that were on slave ships with Israelites in the 1600s, right? So we're giving props that they're at least admitting that. But then now what I've been telling people is the question now becomes all right, now what scripture, because they used to go to Deuteronomy 28 for that slave trade. But
where you're gonna go in, bro?
We're in Deuteronomy 28.
You're gonna go in.
Israel was gonna go with Hamites on slave ships now. If you guys have been keeping this doctrine for the past 60 years, that Deuteronomy 28 is about the Atlantic slave trade, about you guys coming over on slave ship.
Like, so you see Shamar wagging his tail, like this is like their slam dunk thing. This is their ace, and the whole like, yeah, this is how we know the slave trade had nothing to do with any captivity in the Bible. I'm not arguing for it or against it. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I was trying to understand what they were saying. But they not only brought up Judah, but they brought up my man's anonymous Hebrew, right? And again, this is like I said, like they keep trying to bring one person up who believes one thing and then go back to the one West people and try to muddy the thing a little bit. And so this part I press a little bit. Because they say something again that's inconsistent. They're basing this whole thing off this. Oh, see, there's no scripture talking about Hamites and Shemites being, or Semites being on a slave ship together. So watch how quickly this gets derailed, or how quickly this gets just overturned, because it's really not that difficult to think about. And again, these are the same people who say that the Israelites are a mixed people, or a mixed multitude. They just said that earlier. So I want y'all to think about that and just listen to this quick conversation on did we go into captivity by ourselves and did we come out by ourselves?
But now you guys are admitting that there were Hamites on the boats with you. Where is that in the scripture?
Okay, real quick. Like, so I know Anonymous Hebrew pretty well, right? So he doesn't teach the Deuteronomy 28 concept, and he doesn't teach the One West concept of it. So
yeah, you're right.
Okay, so hold on.
I understand, because I talked to the brother last time, and he believes that, like I said, he believes that there were some Israelites on the ships, and there were some Hamites on the ships. Like he believes that they were both, like blah blah blah. And then that's what I asked Anonymous after he made that statement. I was like, well, what scripture is that? And his answer was well, he don't need a scripture. And I was like, I find that funny, that the so-called transatlantic slave trade is something that was very horrible that happened, is not recorded in the Bible. But what do I know?
Hey, it's funny that he said that. Hold on, bro. It's funny that he said that he doesn't need a scripture yet. When we read Deuteronomy chapter 28, he says that that all these signs are gonna follow you for your generations, basically as a signal that you actually know that you are the people of the book. So wait a minute, you don't need a scripture yet. The scripture says that these are the signals, these are the signs that will befall the 12 tribes. What?
So, just so I'm clear on your position of captivity, is it your position that every time Israel was in captivity, they were in captivity by themselves and with no other nation?
Not at all.
By themselves, bro. What do you mean by themselves?
No. I know what he's asking, because we do. Of course, we know that we came with many different. Even when we came out of Egypt, we came out with a mixed multitude of the slaves from other nations.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Even back then, even in the time, even when we came out of the Babylonians, we came through with many nations. In fact, I bring this out all the time because people who love to talk about Isaiah 14 being a future prophecy when it's not.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna bring up the mixed multitude coming out of Egypt again before this is all said and done. But yeah, again, so just there's the acknowledgement of the mixed multitude again.
Was already fulfilled after the Babylonian captivity.
11, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you read it. No, 14, where they talk about how Israel is going to have to take the
Yeah,
nation
you're right.
their possession. So yeah, that happened.
Verse 21,
we
right?
got that in the first book of Ezra, where we had I believe 70,000 slaves from different nations, including Edomites, that worked inside the temple. That were temple workers. but nobody want to talk about that. But yeah, multiple times we came out of captivity. We came out with different nations. Matter of fact, even when the Assyrians came and got the Israelites out, a lot of the Israelites came out with a lot of Canaanites. A lot of Canaanites came out, and you read that and you see that on the Lachish wall. When you look at the Lachish wall, the Assyrian wall, you see two different type of slaves: the actual Israelites and what you would call the Canaanites.
Okay, so if we come out of captivity as a mixed multitude, it kind of makes sense that we would go in as a mixed multitude in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yeah, of course. Like I said,
okay,
multiple.
But real quick, I'm trying to understand something else. I was asking earlier about so what information do you use to exclude people coming off the slave ships as being Israelites who had not? Let me ask you, bro. Hold on, real quick. Let me ask a more specific question. What makes the people of the Iberian Peninsula, like the Jews in Spain, what makes them Israelites, but the people in Africa are not?
Well, the conversion. As a matter of fact, we brought this out. As a matter of fact, let me read you the history on that one, because I'm glad you asked that question, bro, because that's exactly
I'm more interested.
That's exactly what people don't understand, bro. What's that?
Yeah, I'm actually more interested in this.
Oh yeah.
Question, so yeah.
I got you, bro. We're gonna go into the history books, bro, and then we're gonna read this conversion that took place in North Africa. All the way going back to the 1400s, bro, when a lot of Africans were converted to Judaism, just like it happened back in the 1960s with this one West Hamitic ideology that was sprung forth by the white men, the so-called Jewish men that set up the commandment keepers and so on and so forth. They were set up by the white men, bro, but nobody wants to talk about that, right? Everybody wants.
So real quick, I want to point out. So he says he wants to get into the history. He wants to point out a conversion in North Africa, etc. That's going to be very integral, very, very soon. Again, he says he's going to cite history about a conversion in North Africa, etc. Again, file that one as well.
He wants to ignore that shit, but hold on. Let me pull up the books here in a minute. It's been a while since we brought this out, but we're gonna read it for the viewers right now.
And to answer your question,
I know they got questions too.
And 68, we teach that was a one-time thing only, and like Ayash, I believe, said about 20 minutes ago, that we teach that it was already fulfilled back in the time of the Roman and Greek Empire days.
All right. What's your belief on Israel being gathered from the four corners of the earth?
Like, what do you mean?
So in your perception, does that happen? Does it not happen?
Yeah, of course. And again, this is another argument that we like to talk about brothers with, because we know that Israel was already scattered to all nations, even in ancient times.
I got what you're saying. Okay.
They came together. Well, I would say the remnant of the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom came back together to the land after King Cyrus made the decree. So we know that there was a major migration after that. So we all know that was already fulfilled of them coming back from the four corners, right? We also know that it did happen again. They were taken out of the lands and went through these multiple slave trades, right? Because people don't understand, like, slave trading back then was, like I said, it goes back even to the time of the Egyptians. Like I tell people this all the time. Joseph's brothers sold him to who? To the Ishmaelites, and then the Ishmaelites sold them to the Egyptians. So we know that even back then nations were selling slaves to each other. Like that's like nothing new. You see what I'm saying? That's nothing new. Nations just telling all that stuff. So we know that the Israelites were hold on. So we know that the Israelites were scattered in ancient times. They came back together. They were scattered again, and even in the time of Christ now. You know that in the time of the New Testament, we read in like the book of James 1:1, Matthew 28, Acts 2, whatever. It tells you how the Israelites were still scattered at that point to all nations, right? So this is why we teach that the Native Americans have to be Israelites, because even thousands of years ago, we're over here to the scattered to what you would call the four corners. Okay. Now what we don't see is Christ or any prophet making a prophecy saying that Southern Kingdom or the majority of the Israelites will come back together someplace, right? Like West Africa or South Africa, whatever case location you want to talk about, to then be scattered again to the four corners. This is why we teach that the scattering of the 1600s is not the scattering of the Israelites, but is this fulfillment of Genesis 9 of the actual Canaanites now serving all nations like they were cursed back in Genesis 9 and Jubilees chapter 10.
Okay. So in your position, is it in your paradigm, are all Native Americans Israelites?
I would say the majority of them are. But we do know, according to Hosea chapter 9, where it talks about Ephraim, as I saw Tyre were planted in a pleasant place. And we know that this is Hosea talking about the northern kingdom being amongst other Canaanites. And this is where we start talking about like things like certain Olmec dynasties and certain Mayan dynasties, which we know that were so-called Africans.
Okay. So I want you to file that one as well, because later on I asked if they have Shemitic haplogroups, i.e. like the native peoples to the Americas, etc., whatnot, like they're claiming to be, etc. And they say yes. I was like, yo, word? Like, literally said, yeah. I was like, wow. And I asked them which ones. And like, oh, the ones from over there. I was like, wow. Because so I'm Native American, right? Like my mitochondrial DNA is like a Native American mitochondrial DNA, A2G, right? In my DNA that I submit to different websites with, like with 23andMe, etc., like my DNA relatives and whatnot. I got a bunch of Native American DNA relatives and whatnot, right? And like it's a bunch of Q, etc. It's a bunch of Q. Like, and they're trying to tell me like, yeah, that they're Israelites and that they have Semitic DNA, Semitic haplogroups. I want y'all to pay attention to that. But anyway, going forward. Okay, so the non-Semitic people over here.
Hold on, brother, Africans that were here prior to the 1600s. Remember I told you earlier, like those people that were here for thousands of years with us have more of a chance of being Israelite because they've been mixing for hundreds of years with us.
Right. Hey, before you guys go on, bro, and then you guys go into, hold on, brother. Before you guys go on, I'm glad you guys are going in, bro. Let me answer the brother's Orthodox Moor, bro, question, because he asked, is there some specific literature or some sort of writings or historical evidence in which we exclude a lot of these Negroes from being, when I say Negroes, I mean African Americans. I don't mean to be, I use that word because, brothers are going to use that word. See, the ancient Watchmen racist, they use the word Negro. You see, I told you guys, bro, stop it, bro. Anyway, so check this out.
It's literally a Spanish word. I don't take any offense.
This is why we say what we say, bro. Got you. All right. So, my bad. Hold on. There it is. All right. This is from a book called The Soul of Judaism by Bruce D. Haynes, bro. It says Jews of the African descent in America, right? So we're gonna go into these pages, bro, and then we're gonna read a little bit and see what's going on, bro. It says the first modern day Black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474, right there. You see that? 1474. According to the record, Salonio di Castro Johanni from the house of Wahala di Castro Johanni underwent a circumcision, quote, at the hands of some Jews from the city of Marsala, end quote. During the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted Africans and Euro-Africans was incorporated into the Jewish community of Amsterdam. While there is no basis on which to calculate the exact percentage of African slaves who formally converted to Judaism in Europe or the Americas, the practice clearly worried authorities. Someone mute your mic, please. Someone mute your mic. Hold on. Okay, everybody's mute. Okay, thank you. All right, so it says Pope Gregory IX complained about it, and Christian legislation on the 14th century routinely made reference to banning the circumcision of non-Christian slaves. Responsa, or rabbinic writings on biblical law, from the early modern Mediterranean shows Jews seeking legal clarification of practices, meaning what? Meaning that they wanted to convert their slaves, which were Africans, right? Scholars have identified the importance of the Atlantic in shaping the African and Jewish diaspora. You see that? Which intersected in colonial society. After Portugal and Spain joined under a single monarch in 1580, many Jews and conversos fled, first to the Netherlands, where they could openly practice their Judaism, and later to Dutch in British control areas in the New World, such as Curacao.
I want y'all to pay attention to what he just said. He just said Jews and conversos fled to these Dutch areas so they could practice their Judaism. He literally just read that. He literally just read that. And this becomes a point of contention going forward.
Suriname, Dutch Guyana, Jamaica, and Barbados. You see, it gives you the dates: 1651, 1677, 1654, which offer them varying degrees of religious and national freedom. Studies of rabbinic responsa reveal that many Jews fleeing the Inquisition took their maid servants and slaves with them. Curacao and Suriname became the two largest Jewish communities in the New World, bro. Let me see. I think I lost the sequence of the reading, bro.
Yeah, Curaçao and Suriname being Dutch provinces.
But hold on.
Yeah, so for those who don't know,
let me read this last.
Right next to Brazil, and Curaçao is a little bit north of that. Good.
Exactly, it's Brazil. That's why it says Brazil. But Curacao is also Brazil. It's like Portuguese Curacao.
Yeah, and this is where I'm about to get petty. I'm gonna be 100% honest about that one. This is where I'm about to get petty, because I'm not gonna lie to you. By the end of it, you can see you'll be able to see that my intelligence gets insulted multiple times. So I'm definitely gonna go just be clear about some stuff, and this is probably me being a little bit petty. But I'm going to stop sharing that screen right quick, and I'm going to start sharing this screen right quick. So I want the family to see. This is Curaçao. Right? This is a Dutch. This is like part of the Dutch Caribbean, right? Y'all see that, right? Again, this is me just being a little bit petty.
Curaçao. Curaçao.
I don't know if y'all can hear that. Let me make sure I share my audio on this one. I might have forgot to share my audio.
Curaçao.
Yeah, Curaçao. And don't feel bad about that. That Shamar, my grandfather had the same issue when he was translating for a Portuguese man when he was in the military. Because Spanish to Portuguese, you lose some stuff. It's similar, but it's not the same. So don't feel bad about that. My grandfather made the same mistakes, man. But going back to the video.
let me read this little part right here. It says, they were also granted rights to residency, to trade in retail, which included slavery. Sephardi Jews transformed their New World communities by formally converted numerous African servants and slaves in accordance with biblical law and producing African offspring. Rabbi Puneya described to me one Afro-Jewish community in Brazil. And it gives you the quote right there. It says, I've been in touch with a community in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, where I'm told that there are nearly 100,000 Brazilians who the father is Jewish and the mother is African, of African descent, Black Brazilians. And they're interested in converting to Judaism, but the reform and the conservative rabbis down there are telling them it would cost them 3,000, whatever money they use over there in Brazil, an individual to convert, making it very prohibitive. So I'm going to try to find me a couple rabbis from the community here, the white community, who would willing to go to Brazil with me. The community members would pay the way, so on and so forth. But you guys get the point. The point, bro, is that even going back to the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1800s, bro, you have a lot of Africans of the diaspora converting to Judaism, bro, according to the records. And this is the type of information brothers want to bring out. Why? Because we also have the facts, the receipts, the information, the biographies of Rabbi Matthew, Rabbi Ford, bro, which pushed this ideology onto the African-American community back then, because the Moors was a strongly community along with, what's his name? The guy that had a fleet of ships here called the Star. What's his name?
Marcus Garvey. You and I.
Marcus Garvey. Yeah, Marcus Garvey had a fleet of ships. Because his ideology was to free Negroes and bring them back to the motherland, bro. And obviously, a lot of brothers didn't want to do that. They instead borrow from the ideology of the white man and converted to Judaism way back in the days, bro. And so later on, obviously, they created the Commandment Keepers, and the Commandment Keepers obviously broke off again. And then you got brothers coming out of Commandment Keepers.
Now, keep in mind, this is supposed to be proof of this is supposed to be what they look at to specify why people of African descent can't be of an Israelite tradition, an Israelite faith, or an Israelite lineage, and why the Sephardic Jews can be and why they are. Literally, that was the whole question I asked. I was like, okay, so what makes what makes the Sephardic Jews Jews, and what makes the people of African descent not Israelites? And this is supposed to be proof. Their proof for that is that they have a record. One, again, you have these conversos, right? Which you're going to see going forward. My man keeps thinking that conversos here means that the African slaves that converted to Judaism. That's what he's thinking it means. Conversos in any one of these books that you read means Sephardic Jews or Maghrebi Jews that converted to Catholicism. They were Jews that converted to Christianity. That's what a converso is. And that's why in the source he just read, it said that the Jews and the conversos went to the Dutch colonies to go practice Judaism. In his own source that he just read.
Keepers creating these One West ideology, bro, getting together and then creating these black ideologies, black supremacy ideologies to teach that Solomon was black, King David was black, the 12 tribes was black, and basically Adam and Eve were black, and so on and so forth, bro, which is completely false. There's no such thing in the scriptures. But we're gonna show that in Torah in a minute, bro, when we go in and expose JODa and NutZorra's rhetoric of this.
So again, they're talking about they're not racist. They're actually trying to kill the whole color conversation. But for some reason, it's completely foundational for them to prove that Adam and Eve and people in the Bible were not black. They want people to get rid of color conversations, but it's foundational for them to try to prove that these characters in the Bible are not black. I don't understand how that's consistent, family. If that makes sense to you, please help me try to figure that one out in the comment section, because I'm not quite making it add up myself. The 2 and 2 is not coming out to 4 for me.
Deception and lies and slander against me, against Jose Vega Conas, his mestizos, and whatever the like. When in fact we're gonna show, as a matter of fact, we're gonna show, according to DNA statistics, how the African American community is the most mixed multitude of people on the planet, bro.
And we're not. And again, the reason, you know,
To be fair, they never showed me that, but we will jump into some statistics. Like so, we'll do that in a second. Hey, Blue, if you want to jump on, go ahead, fam.
We bring these things out is not to be like, oh, we're gonna pick on somebody. No, the whole thing started with Judah Nazareth, and a lot of these camps, Fopi, right? They'll tell us, right? They'll tell me, it's like, Jose, you're Puerto Rican, right? Your people were conquered by the Spanish, right? So therefore, that makes you mixed, right? And they'll be like, and that makes you the so-called mestizo or mulatto, whatever the case may be, right? But then when we say the same thing back to them, but wait a minute, your people were also conquered by the Europeans. But why are you guys saying that y'all are still these pure breeds, as y'all, a lot of these folk or them will say, but then you're calling us the mixed people?
So hold on real quick. Who's claiming that the pure breeds? Is it just folk? Because like I know what I. So notice how again they keep going from specific to general to specific to general out of nowhere. Now they've gone from one west to folk. Like, oh word, what are we talking about folk for? Definitely know my people don't make that claim. I know that Judah don't make that claim.
But yeah, though, like people like Fopi and them. That's what I'm saying. Like you have a lot of these Pan Africans that teach that. They teach that.
So like, is Fopi Negro only? I'm not familiar with them. Are they Negro only?
Yeah, Fopi. You ever heard of Fopi?
I said I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not as familiar with them.
Oh yeah. You have camps out there like Fopi, Malak. That's always on Judah Nazareth's channel. They call out Malak. They teach this stuff. They teach that they have been pure breeds all the way up until the slave trade. Then that's when they start to admit. That's when they start to admit that some of us got mixed, some of us. But yet I still, even with that argument, I tell them, well, how is it only a very, very few when you guys were not only just conquered by the Europeans, you guys were conquered by other Africans and even Arabs and things of that nature.
Yeah, it's definitely not a few because on average, like the average African American is mixed like up to 20% of European.
That's what I'm saying. On average, and that's why I keep telling them. And I tell them, I was like, and I tell them all the time, I was like, so why are you guys calling us these mestizos and these words when you guys, if you want to talk like you just said, by your DNA and shows that 20% this, 15% that, 7% this, it's showing even in your blood that you're mixed too. So why are you guys bringing these arguments onto the table? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Negro only argument is something I don't agree with in any way, shape, or form. Like, and that's something I would actually debate. I debate people on that concept. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But one thing I want to get clarity on is like, so I was asking like, so what information do you use to stipulate that the people of the Iberian Peninsula, like the Jews there, were actually Jews, but there's no Jews in Africa?
No, I just said it, bro. Hold on, I just read you a book clearly telling you that there are Negroes that are Jews, but only through conversion going back to the 1400s, bro. So you guys.
That's not what I'm saying. Like, so that what you cited, I don't disagree with any information you cited from the book. I got books that say the same thing, right? Like, so, but that's talking about like post. That like, so you're citing a post-slavery, like with people coming off the boat issue. I'm asking like for a pre-boat source that's talking about that. Like that you, I'm not even worried about like you proving that I did. Hold on, real quick. But I'm trying to figure out like, so what makes the people in that Iberian Peninsula Jews? That's what I'm trying to figure out off the top.
And you said where in Iberia?
Yeah, Iberia, the Spain and Portugal. Like you said, some of it, like you said. Now I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? Like so, beforehand they could give me all kind of characteristics and criteria of what made a Canaanite. At the very beginning of the conversation, we got all those characteristics of that merchant Canaanite spirit and all them types of things there, and what made somebody a Canaanite? What made someone behave like a Canaanite? Canaanite characteristics and criteria. Now I'm asking for criteria. What makes somebody a Jew? And watch the level of inconsistency. So you can actually consider them Jewish people or whatnot. So
the Sephardic that was there, that sought refuge over there.
Right. So real quick, I'm trying to understand what makes them Jews in your perspective.
What do you mean?
What makes you declare, like, what criteria do they check off for you to say that they're Jews?
Well, hold on. According to the book that I just read, you clearly read, bro. I don't know if you pay attention or not, but in the book it was saying, according to the history, a lot of conversos had to flee Spain
No, exactly. Now, again, real quick, he doesn't know if I paid attention to the source he just read. And we're going to see if he paid attention to the source he just read. Watch how many times I got to actually say, no, converso means a Jew that converted to Christianity. Watch how many times I got to say that. And he literally just read a source that specified that the Jews and the conversos went to the Dutch places, the Dutch colonies, because they could practice their Judaism. And they did so to practice their Judaism. The conversos, and again, and he's saying, his mind, he's thinking that these conversos are the slaves owned by the Jews. That's what he's thinking this book is saying. Just because in a certain portion of the book, it says that certain African slaves or the Jews were inquiring about converting their slaves. He's thinking that converso means that. And this is a huge concept when studying this period in history, that you need to understand that converso is a Jew that converted to Christianity. Which, again, watch. Eventually, it gets admitted that's the case. Watch.
Because their practices there were not being allowed. It was being outlawed for you to be called a Jew. Hold on.
I come from them.
And so
my mother comes from them.
Again, going back to the African conversion, I get it, bro. I get it.
No,
many
my
Africans trying to say that.
Mi madre es judeo.
We get it, bro. We get it. We know we have Africans that speak Spanish too.
Her name's Cordova.
Well, that's fine, bro. We have Africans with Latino names, so on and so forth. I got you, bro. Again, do you know my mother? Have you seen my mother?
Do you know
show you my mother?
Do you know? Yeah.
No, but you hold on. You're saying that. Hold on. No. You're.
So he literally just trying to tell me what my mother looked like. He's trying to tell me my mother is one of these is descendant from one of these African slaves that converted. I'm saying no. My mother's a descendant from the conversos, the Jews who converted to Christianity. Now I will say this. Like, again, I'm not commenting on racism, etc., because I can't do that. That's for the Most High to call out, right? I will say this though. I don't know their motives. I don't know their hearts and their minds, but I will say this: it's super inconsistent. It's super inconsistent to assume that my mother is a descendant of an African convert to Judaism. And then get mad when I'm trying to explain to you, no, she's not that. And by doing so, I say she looks like your mother. There's literally no reason for you to get angry when I'm trying to make a distinction. Very inconsistent. Extremely. What's the reason to get angry, fam? Oh, he got angry because I assumed that, or he assumed that I was saying his mother looked like an African descendant of a convert, or an African convert, a descendant of an African convert to Judaism. That's why he got high. But was I saying that? No. I even say it to him in Spanish that my mother is Jewish. I say it to him in Spanish. He stops. He understands. He says, I know, bro. And then keeps on. Fam. Super inconsistent. Super inconsistent.
You're assuming that you know how my mom looks. You haven't seen my mom? I'm asking you a question.
You just did the same thing.
Have you seen my mother?
Did you not do the same thing to me?
Hold on, bro.
No, I haven't. You haven't seen my mother, and you're not listening to what I'm saying.
Okay, then don't mention that your mom looks like my mom, because I bet you right now, if I show you a picture of my mom, and show me, hold on.
No, hold on, bro. Hold on. You just tried to tell me how my mother looks like. Hold on, see. Simple, yes.
Listen, man. You brought your mom. Listen, you brought your mom. The whole point, bro, is that.
Yes, I did.
Hold on, bro. The whole point, bro. The whole point is that
there's a conversos from Spain.
That's fine. That's fine.
Your mother comes from the conversos from Spain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, bro. That's fine, bro. But
we don't have.
Yeah, that's fine, bro.
We don't have problems with.
Hence, I'm trying to understand, like, what makes them Jews. I'm trying to understand why do you say they're Jews? I'm trying to understand that.
Well, I just told you, bro. The converses were they were Jews that were living in Spain. When the Catholic Church became the norm, a lot of Jews were kicked out, bro, and they were forced to.
I understand the entirety of the history.
Right? Okay, I got you.
Criteria. Do you know the word criteria?
No, I'm very ignorant.
So watch the back and forth. So now the conversos are Jews that converted. Are Jews that converted to Christianity. Now that's what they are. Because he's recognized he's getting caught. It's a cold switch up. And watch him try to play it back and forth. Like, no, watch him try to go back and say that it means the African converts to Judaism. He's trying to watch him try to straddle this fence in a cold manner and get stuck.
I actually don't know it, bro. It's not in my vocabulary, but thanks, bro. Even though I speak 3 or 4 languages,
I'll bring it down. What characteristics of the people? What characteristics of the people in Spain that call themselves Jews makes them Jews and makes them like solidified Jews? Because you're just assuming that they're Jews because like this source says that they're Jews. What makes them Jews? Are they genetically Jews? Are they converts? Like break it down to me.
Yeah, well, according to the scriptures, bro, a lot of the people, that too, bro. But at the same time, like going back to the scriptures, because we can quote all the books we want. We can show all the archaeology that we want, bro. It's all there. But at the end of the day, bro, what really matters, bro, is what happens when we read the book of Deuteronomy chapter 28 and who really fits that and who really doesn't. And as a matter of fact, we have proof there many, many times, bro. As a matter of fact, we have a lesson breaking down every single verse of Deuteronomy chapter 28 with 3 witnesses of history, archaeology, and scriptures, bro, proving that the so-called Negroes of the slave trade of the 1600s.
I'm not talking about Negroes. I'm not talking about Negroes.
I don't care. I don't care if you're talking about them, bro.
Negroes to the
exactly,
side right now. So you're gonna see this preoccupation with Negroes and E1B1A and all this type of stuff. When I'm not talking about none of that. I'm stuck on like, hey, talk to me about these Sephardic Jews right now. Tell me what makes them Jews. Then I say my mother descension. I want to know why you say they're Jews. I want to know what characteristics or what criteria you use to say that they're Jews. And that anybody else in Africa can't be. Moving forward. Hey, what up with you, Blue? How you doing, Doc?
Peace, God. I appreciate you, man. You already know it. Same old. I
saw you licking your chops in the chat like, nah, let me get it in right.
Oh, my God, bro. I killed Jose before when this dummy brought this information out about these jewels that they found in Puerto Rico with the natives. So now he's really killing himself, right? Because his argument was that the natives came over here so long ago. Now he's saying that no, it was some people who got converted in Spain and then came over here. Now what the fuck is going on, bro? And I peeped that because remember he showed these ancient writings where this dude claims that it's Hebrew writing, which I showed him in the article, that the article is even showing you that nobody has peer reviewed this dude's work and he is on his own saying that shit. Showed him that in the own article. It was a damn question, and the same dude in the article literally says that no, it's not Hebrew and it's not what he said is not Hebrew, it's not Egyptian. They went through a bunch of different languages and stuff that it wasn't. They said it in the exact article that he brought out. This is why I be like, y'all dudes gotta be better at reading. So now we look and he brings out an article again, reading some shit, not paying attention to what he's reading, and it's telling you what a converso is, and this dumbass dude, bro, like that shit right here, pretending like you dudes was talking that Israelite shit before the black people came along, bro, is retarded. Like, that's really the sad part. Like, nigga, you know you're an Israelite because of the Torah nights. What the hell? So how the hell you gonna come back and now you're the Israelites and black people ain't? Whoa, bro. Like this shit right here, bro. I just don't understand, man. I can't take this shit, man. I can't take it. And you know, I don't even rock with the doc. You know what I'm saying? Like the doctrine in general. You know, I don't even. But I know one thing. I ain't never seen no Mexicans or no damn Puerto Ricans out there on the corner before. One black's talking about some native damn Israelite talking about 12 tribes, and never heard it.
So if you can try to curb the swearing just a little bit, I don't mind. I don't mind if sun comes out. I just switch the title to it.
Nah. You're right.
I just switched the title to 18 plus right quick, so you covered it whatnot. I'm just saying, I just try to curb it just a little bit. Not you, but you're good though.
You know, I came in with a little steam.
We Sunday morning right now. You know what I'm saying? It's Sunday morning right now. You know.
I had a little steam. I've been waiting.
I'm not mad at you, bro. Like I had this conversation last night. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo. It was crazy. It was crazy.
Sad.
Yo, it like when the dude, like I'm literally trying to tell my G in Spanish, no, my mother's Jewish. Like he gets it and tries to act like I didn't just do it. I was like, come on now, bro. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Y'all are playing like, yeah. I was like, so like again, I don't care on the racist, not racist thing, not my thing. On what you're talking about with the whole like, yeah, they're copying One West. I can't like at this juncture, I can't even argue with it. Like they're out here talking about the gypsies or Levites and whatnot. I was like, okay, so y'all got your own chart now. Okay, got you. You know what I'm saying? Did you know that? Did you know?
Yeah. The whole it's a whole gypsy tribe. What they rolling with is what's this dude name?
They're calling him black dude. Shamar called him black, fam. He was like, he was like, I got this interview with this black gypsy. And he showed the dude to another one of his homies, and the guy was like, he's not black. He's like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, I mean black by dark skin, because you know black means dark skin. I was like, word. Damn. And the dude, well, I was like, come on, man. The dude was lighter than me. I was like, come on now, fam.
And then especially once we start talking about Spain, bro, like, come on, man. Like some shit you can't even fucking question. I'm sorry.
Nah, that's why I said you good. That's an attempt to. You straight. You don't got to be perfect. I put the 18 on.
Just, you know,
I know where you come from. You straight.
Yeah, bro. Like really, the more like now you getting into, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't question if those were what they were. We know for sure they didn't look like Jose and this whatever the other.
Now watch how he does it though, right? Like so at the outset, watch how he does it. At the outset, they're Jews, right? But then your man Shamar starts talking about no, they're Carthaginian converts. I'm like, so which one is it, fam? And wait a minute, watch. Jose starts talking about that they're spiritual Jews and whatnot. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, watch this.
Just out the window.
Yo, completely. And then we start. Then it gets into genetics, and then it gets completely out the window. Fam, watch. It's nuts. I'm asking about the Jews in Spain.
Bro, I got you, bro. But
so you don't got me because you're not talking about them. You're talking about Negroes. You just did a U-turn and talking about Negroes. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the Jews in Spain. So I'm asking, are they genetically Jews? Hold on, real quick. Are they genetically Jews or are they converts?
Well, I don't know about genetically Jews because once again, the 12 tribes mixed in with the various nations on the planet, even until today. So we can throw genetics out the window, bro.
No,
so hold on, real quick. I'm confused now. You just got me extremely confused.
No, you're not, because again.
How do you know if I'm hella confused? You don't even know I'm confused though.
But no,
I'm confused though before you tell me I'm not confused.
I would like to say something real quick because you talk about these Sephardic Jews. Sephardic Jews? Do you know Sephardic Jews who teach that they are Israelites?
Yes.
Okay, then. So what's the problem? This is what I'm trying to
understand what you're saying and why you're saying it.
Again, because I already told you from the beginning. If anybody claims to be,
I don't have a problem with my mother being Jewish.
Again, if she's a convert or not. If she's a convert, good for her. If she's not, if she's an actual Israelite, good for her.
So right. So my man, hold on, real quick. So my man just said that they could be like the genetics thing just goes out the window. And they could be converts. So if they could be converts, hold on, real quick. Hold on, bro. You gotta let me finish my statement. You gotta let me. Okay, so this is where I'm confused. This is what I'm saying. I'm confused at what you just said. So hold on, real quick. So if you say you don't care about genetics, right? I will say this, Jose, you are one of the best fullbacks I've ever seen, bro. Your blocking game is on point, bro. Like he keeps seeing his man Shamar like get like both feet in him. He's like, oh no. Hold on, wait, Shamar, don't do it. Like your blocking game, Jose, is on point. I gotta give you that one.
Hey, he just straight all the way jumped in, stopped the blocko for old buddy, and then just with some outrageous stuff though. Like your question ain't
It
even
keeps happening, bro. It keeps happening. Because he knows where this is going. Because he's like, because they've read enough books to know what I'm saying after a second. They're like, damn, okay, wait. Yeah, it's a cold one. It's a cold one.
Care about genetics. What makes the people not genetically Israel? Like what makes the people?
We just said
So it's not about genetics. Like how do you know they're not Israel? How do someone Israel is not Israel?
Again,
what criteria? What characteristic? If it's not about genetics, what characteristics?
You're answering something that I already answered. We
no,
don't care about
you
that,
have not described the characteristics yet.
We care that if you believe that you are a child of God, that's just what you are. That's it. I don't care about everything else. I don't care about. You want to talk about conversion? If they are a convert and want to be a convert, we should have no problem.
So hold on, this is what I'm saying.
We got no problem with that, bro.
This is why I'm confused. If genetics is out the window, then you can't judge who's a convert, who's not. So by what characteristics do you say someone?
We're not judging, bro. Hold on. We're not. Hold on, bro. Hold on. We're not judging. We're not judging.
Came on this show like the Yemenite brother. He's a Yemenite Jew who was on our show.
I wish he was here, bro. I wish he was here.
He is a descendant from Israel.
I got no issue with anything you're saying. I got no issue with nothing that you're saying.
Hold on, bro.
Nothing you said. I got no issue.
Hold on. Relax, bro. If anybody knows Yemenite, bro, hold on, brother. Hold on. I know. I got you. Hey, anybody has Gemini as friends, bro? Tell him to come over here, bro. Tell him to come and bring his other brother that lives over there in Morocco, bro. And we're gonna talk to these brothers, and you're gonna see, their phenotypes. Obviously, we don't subscribe to genetics, bro. Again, genetics goes out the window. Romans chapter, what is it? Romans chapter, man, I forgot. There's a chapter in Romans that talks about that your spirit bears witness with our spirit that you are the sons of God. So us ourselves, we don't go by genetics. We don't go by phenotypes. We don't go by, genotypes as a matter of fact. And I've said it in the beginning, bro. There's going to be white-looking Israelites, Chinese-looking Israelites, black-looking Israelites, so on and so forth, bro. Jose Vega said it clearly. I said it as well. I'm going to repeat it again. We don't have a problem. If brothers want to be converts, go ahead, be a convert. But for you to claim that you are the ethnically Israelite, bro, it's just
talking about Jews that converted to Christianity. You do know that, right?
Like, hold on. By the way, I'm a so-called Negro with woolly hair. Oh, therefore that makes me Israel. That's the logic of One West, and a lot of brothers.
My man just sped past that. He just kept it trucking. I thought that was hilarious.
If you notice, though, they still want to just keep talking about One West whenever they get trapped.
Man, it's One West and Negroes and One West and Negroes. Like I'm not even.
Bro, we're having a whole conversation here. You keep bringing up both. Like, come on, bro.
I'm on Sephardic Jews right now. I was like, I'm not even talking about that.
Outside of One West that learned from One West, even though they don't admit it, but they did.
This is crazy. Okay,
I'm not accusing you. Hold on, I'm not accusing you. I'm not accusing you, brother.
Real quick. You just said the same thing. So this is what I need to clarify, right? So I got you on what you don't say Israel is based upon, right? I'm saying, what do you say it is based upon? What is your characteristics that you check off? Say, okay, this is how you know you're Israel. If it's not by genetics.
Spirit, we keep telling you.
Well,
the spirit.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, cool. No, I appreciate that. That's a short answer. Got you. That's by the spirit. Got you.
That's it. Like, I don't understand. You keep saying the same thing over. It's like we don't have. I feel like we don't have a test. I think that's what you're asking us. Do you guys have like a test that you test brothers?
No, characteristics. Characteristics.
Like if you're Israel or not, you know what I'm saying? It's like you have a test. It's like no.
So just let me ask you. Hold on, just so I understand consistently, the Jews in Spain that you're saying are Jews, they're Jews based upon spirit, not by genetics.
No, what I'm saying
well, the scripture doesn't speak about genetics as far as well. Hold on, brother, hold on.
I said whether they claim to be conversos or not, meaning.
Okay, so you and I both know when they say conversos, the Jews that converted to Christianity, not converted to Judaism. We know that. I'm showing you
that is a personal decision. Again, not all Sephardic Jews. Not all Sephardic Jews feel the same way or teach the same thing. Just like not all Christians.
I'm asking you about you. Like, so in your paradigm, right? Are the Sephardic Jews, are they Jews based upon spirit or genetics? Because you're citing that these people converted hold on, let me finish my statement. Because you're citing that people converted in America based upon the fact that these Sephardics are actually Jews, right? And so I'm asking, like, so how do you know that they're actually Jews, right? And so you're saying based upon spirit, not by genetics. So I'm asking for a consistent answer. Are you saying that the Sephardic Jews are Jews based upon spirit and not genetics, or are they Jews by genetics as well?
Yes, both ways. Because again, like I said,
both ways. So
we like I said, we've talked to brothers that are either Sephardic or Yemen and all different type of Jews.
Okay.
And some of them believe that they're converts, and some of them believe that they are actual descendants. That's
okay,
it.
so just so I'm clear.
For me, I'm not going to paint a wall with a broad.
So based upon some of them saying that they're actual descendants, they're just like, okay, they're descendants of Israelites. But if anybody of African descent is saying that they're descendants of Israelites, no, you can't be. You can only like again, no one came off the slave ship as a descendant of an Israelite. They could they're saying in their paradigm that a black like they're saying, oh yeah, we're not racist. You can be a black Jew, but they're saying you can only be a black Jew if you came off the slave ship and mixed with them.
I'm not going to paint a wall with a broad brush.
Hold on, I accept that. So real quick though, like,
now
so
let me
Orthodox,
brother.
I gotta get this clarified. I gotta get this clear, but so I hear what you're saying, right? But you just said that like some of them. You said that some of them are genetically Israel. So based upon what genetics are you making that statement? Just so I'm clear on your paradigm.
You will have to talk to
hollow groups J, hollow groups G, hollow groups L, so on and so forth. Not hollow group EB1, B1A, which is Hamitic. Point. Now, hold on.
What about the ones that are E1B, 1B?
Hold on. Again, Hamitic hollow group. That's the point. What was your name again, bro? Let me address you by name, bro.
I'm trying to be clear.
Hold on. Let me address you by name. Let me see. Orthodox Moor. Orthodox Moor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Brother Moore. Brother Moore, right?
Yes,
what is your ideology as far as characteristics of them people conversos in Spain and Portugal, like your mother being the actual ethnically Jew?
Ask that question one more time.
Okay, so I'm asking the same question you asking me, bro. What is your take? What is the characteristics that will make your What was that again?
I was hearing music in the background. That's what I'm asking you to repeat yourself.
Oh, okay. Let me pull it down, bro. I know it's a little distracting. Let me ask you again. You said that your mom is a converso Jew, right?
No, I said she. So, again, anybody who reads the books, the same books that you're reading, knows that when converso's there, it's talking about
brother. No. We're talking about your mom because you brought your mom saying that she's a Jew converso, right?
No, I did not say
okay.
that. Oh. And I just clarified myself.
Okay, well,
for the umpteenth time.
Okay, well, anybody can rewind.
No, what did you say?
Hold on, no. Hold on, brother.
Your mom being converso.
I said my mother descends from the people from Spain who converted to Christianity, right? Again, so
you say that your mother was a Sephardic Jew?
Her family was Jewish and then converted to Christianity 100%. Like I just said, when people read conversos in the same books that we're reading, fam, 99 times out of 100, they refer to the Jews who converted to Christianity, not somebody converting to Judaism.
Well, I know. That's why they start. And the ones
the
ones that did it, they call Moranos.
No, it actually goes both ways, bro. It actually goes.
I just corrected your boy like 5 different times in a row.
Bro, no, that's not even true, bro. Because that word goes both ways.
That is 100% true, and thank you.
Listen, that's why
So right there, they literally just disagree with each other. Jose Vega agree with everything I'm saying, and then Shamar was like, "Well, no, that's not true. That's not true." But previously,
I want to see how quiet Jose get.
Yeah, Jose
it seemed like he just all of a sudden just ain't got nothing else to say after he just cut his own homeboy. It just sounded like he was getting ready to just bow on out.
Yo, Blue, like, so like going into the fourth quarter and your team is down by like 20 and you got nothing but scrubs and like you're the only good player on the squad, like, and you're just like, you come out the timeout like, you know what I'm saying? I know you've been in that situation, right? I feel like Jose's in a situation where he's like, he knows the game is like he can't win this game. Like his man, like he passed the ball to his man because his man's gonna turn it over. He can't take it to the rack because he's gonna get all kind of bodies and whatnot. He's like, man, this is a hard game right now. You know what I'm saying? This ain't no winning right now.
In your man way. Oh my god. Cause he peeped it. He was like, hold on, this dude been wrong the whole night. And then cause that kills it.
Right.
Now you gotta back out. I'm waiting to see what Jose says. Because if he don't say nothing right here, I'm finna find out what kind of dude he is.
Watch out, Rod. Okay. So since you said that,
converts had to flee in order for them not to convert to Christianity. Then you have Africans going with the conversos, which were.
Oh yeah, real quick. So he just said that his source said that the conversos had to flee in order to not convert to Christianity. I can't. Anyway, his ability to speak out of both sides of his mouth at the same time is a skill. Like, my G, if you can turn that into a paycheck, you would be super paid. Man.
Jews themselves that were converting to Judaism. That's the point. That's my point, bro. That's what I'm saying. That it goes both ways. Hold on. It goes both ways. You have Sephardic Jews that were Jews, that they were not Jews like ethnically, and they had to flee Spain because of fear of conversion or being killed off. And along the conversos, there were slaves. Hold on, there were slaves traveling with them. Those slaves, those African slaves, they're the ones, bro, that enslaved.
Thank you.
Jose gets it.
Jose gets it.
We're all saying the same
Jose
thing.
Gets it.
We're all saying the same thing. But at the end of the day, those Sephardic Jews,
anyway, bro.
They're again, to us, those Sephardic Jews were actual Jews. You know what I'm saying? The reason why they got called conversos, like you said, although this term you guys want to use, is because the people who wouldn't, those of you had to convert to Catholicism, because that's what Spain and Portugal was pushing. And the ones that were still practicing Jewish customs in secret, same thing with the Moors, same thing with the Muslims. The ones who practiced their beliefs in secret, they were called Marranos.
Yeah, that's my family. That's my mother's family.
You're called a pig.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're not converting to Christ. You're not converting to this Christianity. You guys still want to practice your Judaism. You guys still want to be Moors. You guys still want to be this.
We still experience the Inquisition in
we
the
believe that, yes, but we
100%.
believe that those, and that's what I'm saying. This is why we believe that those Sephardic Jews were actually Jews, and they were being, just like in the time of Maccabees, when when the Gentiles were telling the Israelites, you can't practice your practices anymore, your Sabbaths, your feast days. That's exactly what happened to the Sephardic Jews in Spain and Portugal. You had to be converted to Christianity. If not, you were called a pig. Most likely, you were sent as slaves. And a lot of people don't like to talk about this, but a lot of those Sephardic Jews came over here in Central and South America as slaves. And there was a big migration of Sephardic Jews back in the late 16s, early 1700s. Like, bro, we're very well versed in the history of this.
Yeah, me too. It's my family history. I know it very well.
And those Sephardic Jews, bro, and let me add this to what Jose Vega just said. Those Sephardic Jews, bro, when you look at them, bro, they look like Hispanics and natives, whether it be Colombians, Mexicans, bro, Puerto Ricans, so on and so forth. They look like us.
Hence, I say my mother looks like your mother.
Yeah, but he just lied though, right there, bro.
Yeah,
because he just reversed right off of his whole point, and then tried to like make it sound like that's what he had been saying the whole time, bro. That's horrible. Like, to pretend like that's what you were saying the whole time. You're lying. You've been saying that these Christians were converted into Jews, and now it's the Jews were converted into Christians.
Right. But no, he's saying it's both ways. No, he's like, no, that applies. Like, I'm talking about, no, that also applies to the slaves that were converted to Judaism. Was like, okay, that's
wow.
Yeah, you're wow, exactly. And now
converted into Judaism in the New World. Like, what are we talking?
No, he's literally he's saying that there were Jews in Spain that had African slaves that they had converted to Judaism, that they were also taking with them to French provinces. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you're all the way out the window. That you can't even make that argument, especially even if you look at some of the military that was there at that time, bro. Them dudes had power. You just ain't finna just make them convert over into no into no Judaism like that, bro. It wasn't nah.
No, wait till you see what they say about the Carthaginian converts coming up, because your man tries to go back to another book right quick, and I'm like, oh, word, okay. I was like, I'm super confused now, like, because are they real Jews? Are they converts? Or are they spiritual Jews? What's going down?
Can't precept read
like
history.
Natives and Gypsies, bro. So you will know, but according to the phenotypes, if we want to go by phenotypes, but we don't. But if we were to go by phenotypes, bro, they will be considered our people because they look like us. You know, it's basically the same thing. So
okay, so that's
let me just read this real quick.
That's hold on. Let me just read. No, because what you just said.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me just bring this out real quick, because this is another argument that we get, bro, when it comes to a lot of the Phoenicians, a lot of the so-called Carthaginians, because a lot of this one West ideology, they say that the Carthaginians were Israelites. What? Stop it, bro. So again, we brought this history many times, bro. And let me just read a small piece of it. It says, after the fall of Carthage, many Carthaginians and Phoenicians, which are basically the same people anyway, became Jews. Origin of Jews of Spain, a Carthaginian colony, right? The fall of the Carthage marked the end of the Phoenician Carthaginian civilizations, which Arnold J. Toynbee classed as part of the Syriac civilization. After the destruction of Carthage by Rome, many Carthaginians and Phoenicians, which are Africans anyway, converted to Judaism because Jerusalem was the only remaining center of West Semitic civilization. Spain had been a Carthaginian colony. This conversion by Carthaginians is the likely origin of the large Jewish communities of Spain and North Africa. So, you know, that's another argument that we brought out when it comes to the Carthaginians, Moors, and Canaanites, converting to either Christianity or Judaism.
Okay, so this is where I gotta get something cleared up again, because so either they're converts or they're Jews by spirituality, or some of they're genetically Jews, right? Like, so I'm hearing all three. Like, so I'm hearing that they're Carthaginian converts. I'm hearing that they're spiritual Israel, and I'm hearing that some of them are genetically Israel. So I need that cleared up, please.
Yeah, that's a lot, bro, going on right there.
Bro, it's clear as day, bro. It's just clear as day. You're the one that understanding. I mean, it's clear as day. Everybody understands these matters. I don't know why you can't understand it. Is it because there's fog in your mind, darkness, or what?
If a guy spiritually believes that he's a convert, like if he knows that he's not an actual Israelite, but still wants.
Yo, like
we just jump into the spirit.
Like
really?
This is where I felt bad. I was like, my G literally believes like there's nothing to clear up on this one. Like Jose knows he got to do some two-stepping, right? But Shamar's like, nah, man. He's like, no, this is crystal clear. What you talking about? I'm like, no, you literally just trying to tell me that the Sephardic Jews are real Jews, but that they were converted, like they're Carthaginian converts, and that these Carthaginian converts were the ones converting these African slaves, etc. I need all this cleared up. You know what I'm saying? Because Jose saying that they're spiritual Jews and that they're genetically Jews. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, okay, wait a minute, wait. But apparently they're saying like, no, everyone understands it. I just don't get it. Like the Most High he got me confounded right now. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, so I'm trying to go pray and get my mind right. You know what I'm saying? So I can go see what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yo, but it gets crazy, bro. It gets super crazy, but like, yeah, shout out to these brothers, their 1-2 game, because it's interesting. It's an interesting one that they run.
Wants to worship
right to the spirit.
That's just what his spirit is revealing to him. Like, who am I to tell him different?
Okay.
Because again, the book tells us, and this is what people are.
So again, like, so if you're of African descent, the spirit can't tell you that you're Israel. Just so we're all clear, family. The spirit can't tell you that. But if you're not of African descent, it can tell you that you're Israel all day. Now, again, like I said, I'm not saying that's racist. I'm not saying that's not racist. That's for the Most High to deal with. I'm saying that's inconsistent.
I hate these man pleasers always asking them, oh, these Latino lights or Negro lights, whatever the case may be. Oh, they learn from this, they learn from us. That's not what the Bible teaches. The Bible teaches that the Most High is going to call who He's going to call. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, who am I to argue about your personal belief and your personal relationship or your personal walk with the Creator? If you feel like you're a child of God, like I said, if you're part of the children of the light, then you're part of the children of the light.
When all else fails, start preaching. Right? When all else fails, start preaching.
If you know if these guys are the children of darkness, then that's what they are, and that's what they want to be. That's what they are.
Shout out to Minister Hal, man, because he just godly, bro.
Okay, 2 last questions, and I appreciate y'all for indulging me and whatnot.
Yeah, shout out to the People's Minister. That's my G. That's my G.
So, I heard the brother say that there's no Hamitic white haplogroup said that one can be a Sephardic Jew, etc. Is that correct? Is that? I
want y'all to pay attention because again, my dude has this whole myopic infatuation with E1B1A and Negro. I literally keep talking about every time I say E1B1B, he keeps saying E1B1A. He keeps wanting to bring it back. I'm like, no, I'm talking about a whole nother thing right now. And it's hilarious, man. It's literally hilarious. And like you can like this is where I was talking about, Blue. Like you can see your man Jose just throwing up his hands when we start talking about the dead. And he's like, oh man, don't do you can just see it. He's like, oh man, I gotta go back in the game. We're down 40 now. He's like, oh no. 2 minutes on the clock.
Is that how y'all see it?
So say it again about what?
So like he said E1B1B and E1B1A cannot be an Israelite.
Shemitic. No, Shemitic. Yeah, that's not a Shemitic haplogroup, bro. Everybody knows this. We brought this out many times, bro.
Like I said, I don't really care about stuff like that, but yeah. But we've seen information that that it goes back to like what, South Africa or West Africa.
West Africa, yeah.
Yeah,
and as a matter of fact, one of Ramesses, I think it was Ramesses the second. Hold on.
Even North Africa, I know somewhat. Some Egyptians had that.
Ramesses the third, bro. Can you guys hear me or no, bro?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, man. I was saying that one of the greatest examples that we brought out is Ramesses the third or the second, bro. Going back to the 1B1A Hamitic haplogroup, bro. So right there, it completely destroys the notion of that haplogroup being connected to Shemitic when it's not. We can see.
I didn't say E1B1A. I said E1B1B.
Oh, it's the same thing, bro. It's just like another subgroup of the same lineage. So it has nothing to do with the haplogroup J's. J's, F, L, and G. I believe those will be Shemitic, and they're all in the vicinity of the Levant right now, all of them.
So you're telling me the E1B1B is not in the Levant?
I'm not telling you, bro. I'm not telling you. It's the facts. I can show you the map. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna show you the map. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna show you the map, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna show you the haplogroup map.
But at the end of the day, like I said, we really don't really. That's not something that we just, important to us like that. Like to us, the scriptures is the most important. All this other stuff is like,
You can hear it in Jose's voice. He knows it's about to get bad. He's like, nah.
I got it right here, bro.
I haven't read a scripture anywhere telling me that I need to take a blood test to prove that I came from anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
So my man just said the E1B1B is not in the Levant. Literally just said the E1B1B is not in the Levant. And he's going to show me a map that proves this. And I think this is what Blue was talking about too, right? Something Garfield says is like a pseudo always dies at its source. Like this is probably why you're not getting like the Mighty Hebrew and the Sakari's then with you, because like they can disprove you from the sources that you're bringing up consistently. And that's gonna watch this. He brings up a map that talks about the dominant haplogroup in the area, not about the total haplogroups in the area, but a dominant haplogroup in the area.
Oh man!
And I got the map.
No worries. I'm trying to understand the scholarship in terms of excluding haplogroups. That's all.
We're not excluding, bro. We're not excluding. Hold on. We're not excluding, bro.
Information that we just came across. That's all he's addressing.
Yeah,
whether we have it right or wrong, like at the end of the day, it's like, all right, who basically cares? Like, because at the end of the day, you know, we, like I said, we put scripture over everything.
All right, I found. Let me show the brother for you know.
He know he dead, bro. That man said it don't matter whether we right or wrong. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, spiritually. Wait, whoa, bro. You can't do that, man. You cannot. Jose horrible, bro, for that. He just. Hey, but what's even worse is his homeboy just still has no idea.
None.
He is numb to the fact that he is killing himself over and over and over. And Jose that went spiritual for you, and you still ain't took that out. Jose has extended this branch 1,000 times, right? To the point where he's like, man, it don't even matter if we wrong, bro. Not you, but we. It don't matter if we wrong. Say it's spiritual.
Like you know, like when LeBron James don't run back on defense because he's like, man, we're down, and they just made that turn off. And he just stay there. You know? Jose's LeBron James in it right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He's just standing there at half court watching the layup.
He's like, oh, what?
Like, man, I told you to just come on. Told you to give me the ball.
Hey, but he tries to get a second win though. Watch, it's a cold one. He tries to get a second win and play fullback. Watch.
Education's sake, bro. I'm gonna show you guys the world map of Y DNA haplogroups. Let's see. We have the dominant haplogroups in native populations with possible migration routes, right? So we're gonna see the migration routes, but we're gonna see the origins of these haplogroups, bro, and it's right here. Hold on, I don't know if you guys can see it, but
nah,
hold on, let me see. Where is it at? Okay, so we have the Middle East right there. You see, there's the J1E, and there's the Middle Eastern Semitic, and then we have the letters F, G, I, G, L, T. So, fuck, my bad, it's right there, right there. So right there, it shows you, you know, the Shemitic haplogroups, which is 6. 2, 4, 6, yeah, 6, F, G, I, J, L, T. Whereas the Hamitic one are the ones right here. You see, we got the E3B2, which is a subgroup. Another subgroup is E3B1. Another subgroup E3B1 again, and so on and so forth. So right there, we can clearly see the difference of the Hamitic population that is indigenous to that section of the world versus the section of the Middle East, which is completely different than the Hamitic one, which is over here.
Okay. Are you familiar with who the Tufians
really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is he really not looking at the arrows on the map?
But hold on.
Bro? That's horrible.
So hold on, check this out. This is the map that he's looking at, right? Oh, where is it at? Not that one. Not that one. There we go. This is the map that he's looking at. So I want the family to see what this map says. It says dominant haplogroups in native populations with possible migration routes. This is the map he's looking at, fam, right? It says dominant haplogroups in native populations with possible migration routes. So it's not listing all the haplogroups in there. It's talking about dominant haplogroups. Like, so for instance, if you go here, you're going to find more than R1b. But you're going to find a whole bunch. You're going to find the highest concentration of R1b right there. If you go here, you're going to find more than E3b1. But you're going to find the highest concentration of that there. If you're going to go here, you're going to find more than J1. You're going to find more than these, which is crazy. But you're going to find a high concentration of J1. And to be clear, okay, now I'm gonna do it like this. Now I'm gonna do it like this. Ooh, dash in the wrong spot. Bam. I want y'all to look at this. This is E1B1B EM123. Hold on. Let me get a better. Let me get the actual joint. This ain't it. Yeah, this is EM123. This is the Natufian marker. You're going to hear me talk about the Natufians. Its highest concentration. Its highest concentration is in the Levant and in Ethiopia. Those are the two highest concentrations, but you see it heavy in the Middle East and in Levant, North Africa, all the types. You see it in Spain as well. My grandfather is EM123. My mother's father is EM123. Again, phenotypically looks like Jose and like Shamar and whatnot, right? They're saying that they claim people who phenotypically look like them, but they don't go by that. So I'm saying, like, are you saying that this haplogroup's not in the Levant? They're saying no, it's not. My man Consistent said no, it's not. And it's heaviest there. It's heaviest there. But yeah, going back to the video. Going back to the video. Again, not really consistent, fam.
We heard of it. What about it?
They go back like 50,000 years ago or something like that, right?
Like 15,000 years ago. Yeah, 15,000 years ago, like 1150 or 11,500.
What is your argument, though? What is your argument?
You said your argument? 15. Oh, you're saying 15,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh, but I could have swore. Didn't Kufi say something about 55,000 years ago last week, Shamar?
You're not even talking about the origin of a haplogroup. I don't know, like. I haven't seen any scholarship that's dating the Natufians back to 50 some odd thousand.
Yeah, that's what they keep telling us over here, bro. Like,
exactly, bro. And that contradicts Torah. That contradicts the foundation of the world, supposedly according to Torah. I don't know if you subscribe to the Torah or not. I don't know what you subscribe to.
Yes,
if you're a Muslim or not, but according to the Torah, bro, if we really want to number the dates of every person that existed since Adam down, bro, the age of the world, quote unquote, according to the Torah, will be somewhere around the 6,000 something years, bro. I mean, 6,000 years. You know, so no, well, according to that, because I mean, you can do the number. You can do.
I would say post flood. I would say post flood. We only been around.
Oh no, I'm talking about Adam. Since Adam. I mean, we can go post flood. I mean, we can go back to many thousands of years, and then we can go back into the beast of the field, bro, and that will be another subject. But we don't want to touch base on that. But my point is, from Adam all the way down to now, it counts. The mathematics counts to 500,000. I mean, 5,000 plus, almost 6,000 plus years, bro. So that throws out the window the people that you're talking about, which is 15,000 years. So. I mean, if that's the case, I mean, are they the beast of the field? If that's the case, because they predate Adam and Eve.
Interesting concept. So your young Earth creations got you. So in your young Earth model, they would still, you would still have to fit their genetics into your mutation rates for Adam and their.
No, not really, bro. Not really, because according to the Torah, no, not really, because according to Torah, we come from Adam, not from the people that you're talking about.
This actually gets really funny because my G's a young Earth creationist, but doesn't understand the young Earth creationist for DNA mutation rates. It's super. It cracks me up. It literally, it was crazy having to explain to him his own paradigm. But yeah, this is something we get into.
So who are the people I'm talking about? Like, where do they come from? Just so I'm clear. Read Torah.
No. Listen.
Well, that's what
and that's what I was just.
Hold on real quick. So Blue, I want to see if you hear the same thing I hear. So I hear them say that they have a doctrine on people who were pre-Adamites. So if you hear that, let me know if you hear that. Okay.
Yep.
I'm saying like so
That's what
either
I want.
so
That's
either
what-
they're
that's
either
what
they're
we're
either they're in
wondering.
the Torah timeline or they're not. So like that's what I was saying. Like so if you're gonna take a
Well,
young
if they're
Earth model, you gotta take the
look at
young
this.
Earth
If
mutation.
they're not according to the what you call Adamite, we call those what we call those are the beasts of the field or what we call pre-Adamites. So we do teach
Exactly.
about pre-Adamites. We do teach about pre-Adamites over here also.
So are you?
So real quick, did you hear them say that they teach about pre-Adamites who are beasts of the field?
Yep. But now he got this young Earth model. How you have a young Earth model with pre-Adamite?
Now, hold on, real quick. So me and Shamar get into this whole thing to where Shamar saying like, oh, like okay, so which is crazy, right? Because as soon as I say Natufians, Jose says 50,000 years ago. I say no, not 50,000 years. And out of nowhere, we start like Shamar wants to start debating over. No, it's a young Earth thing. It can't be anybody over that age. Anybody over 6,000 years is beast of the field. I'm like, okay. And I was like, so this gets super interesting because I start asking questions based upon
Wait, what?
yeah.
Hold on. So
Man.
hold on.
I'll rewind this. I'll rewind this and just let it play straight through. But like, this is what
That's what he means by that. He mean actual beasts, don't he?
Yo, why?
He's stupid as hell.
Why? And then when they get caught on it, bruh, when they get caught on it, because I'm asking like this whole thing, I'm asking questions about these Natufians and their DNA, right? Because we're talking about A1B1B not being in the Levant. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, so are you familiar with the Natufians? And he's like, well, who's them? Like, they're 50,000 years. I'm like, no, they're not 50,000. They're 15. And then Shamar starts talking about the dating. I'm like, okay, so you're young Earth creationists. I was like, okay, so if you're a young Earth creationist, then you got to fit these people into the young Earth creationist timeline, right? And he's like, no, you don't. And I was like, okay. He's like, no, because we believe in that. There's pre-Adamites. I was like, okay. I was like, so it turns like, so you're saying that the Natufians are pre-Adamites? Like, yeah. Like, so you're saying that they descend from beasts of the field? They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh. I'm like, so you're saying that anyone who descends from EP2, like, so the Natufians, like, you're familiar with them, right? They got the EP2 and they got the E1B1B, right? So I was like, so you're saying that anyone who descends from EP2 or below or E1B1B or below is descended from a beast of the field, right? You know, which if you understand how it breaks down, EP2, like that's before E1B1B and E1B1A break off. Like, so they would like anyone who's E1B1A and E1B1B would be considered a beast of the field at that juncture. Like it gets like when they get caught on it, they're like, no, that's what you're saying. I was like, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. You told me that you had this whole beast of the field doctrine.
Literally said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna rewind this though, just so people get the full context. I'm gonna go back like a whole minute and a half right quick.
5,000 plus, almost 6,000 plus years, bro. So that throws out the window the people that you're talking about, which is 15,000 years. So I mean, if that's the case, I mean, are they the beast of the field? If that's the case, because they predate Adam and Eve.
Interesting concept. So your young Earth creations got you. So in your young Earth model, they would still, you would still have to fit their genetics into your mutation rates for Adam and their.
No, not really, bro. Not really, because according to the Torah, no, not really, because according to Torah, we come from Adam, not from the people that you're talking about.
So who are the people I'm talking about? Like, where do they come from? Just so I'm clear. Read Torah.
No. Listen.
And that's what I was just saying. Like, so either they're in the Torah timeline or they're not. So like that's what I was saying. Like, so if you're gonna take a young Earth model, you gotta take a young Earth mutation.
If they're not according to the what you call Adamite, we call those are the beasts of the field or what we call pre-Adamites. So we do teach about pre-Adamites. We do teach about pre-Adamites over here also.
So are you okay?
We don't believe that Adam was the first, like basically creation of what you would call humankind, or what people will call humankind.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, then, so are you saying that people who descend from the Natufians are beasts of the field?
Well, according to Torah, there will be, because hold on. According to
I would say yes.
Exactly, and according to Torah, bro, because the Adamites came after.
Okay, so my point is, they're saying anybody who descends from
hold on, brother, hold on. Damn it, bro. Hold on, damn it. It's like I'm talking, bro, and everybody's talking over me. I don't get it, bro. I need to put my voice in my voice or what?
So real quick, Blue, just so I'm not crazy, did you hear them confirm that the Natufians are the descendants of the beasts of the field, and if you descend from them, you're descendants
He
of them.
just clearly said that.
Both
And
of them,
then
correct?
they both doubled down, yeah, because they were pre-Adamites.
And that they teach about that, right? That there's pre-Adamites. They said they teach about that, right?
And mind you, there's supposed to be a flood that happened. Everybody died and came from Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But let's just go ahead. That's irrelevant, though.
Man,
stupid, bro.
And that's why
that
I
kills
feel like
whole
that's
argument.
Man, I'm so glad you brought up the flood, because literally, Jose starts bringing up the flood. He's like, I think, well, you know, like he tries to check Shamar, like, no, like we talking about like 6,000 years, like maybe after the flood, you know. He's like, no, I'm saying from Adam. He's like, oh man, like you get, and like Jose keeps trying to tell him, like, no, after the flood. He's like, no, man, Adam. But no, it's okay. So yeah, we both clearly heard them say that the Natufians and the descendants thereof are beasts of the field and descendants of beasts of the field. So watch how this turns super left.
Anyways, bro, I was saying that according to your logic, hold on, bro. According to your logic, you're saying that these people, basically predate the Torah and Adam and Eve. So according to your logic and according to Torah, if we compare the two arguments, then that will make the people that you're referring to pre-Adamites, and they will be the beasts of the field.
Okay, so as per my logic, I was saying that if they're in the Torah timeline, then they're either fitting in with the young Earth mutation rates or not. You said negative. You said that these people are pre-Adamite. Rocking with that. So just to be clear, if they're pre-Adamite and they're beasts of the field, my people are saying that that anyone who descends from EP2 or below that, anyone who descends from E1, B1B or below that, etc., are beasts of the field.
Well, according to your logic, that's what you believe. We don't believe in that,
no,
bro.
That's not what I believe. That's what you said, man.
No, I'm saying I'm going by your logic.
That's not what I believe at all.
No, I'm going by your logic. Hold on. See, this is the thing, bro. Like, these dudes come here and they think that they're slick, bro, but they're not.
I know.
You literally just said that.
I know, right?
No, we're not. We're not. We're saying that we're disagreeing with your argument. We're proving to you that what you believe can't be true according to Torah. That's what we're saying.
What do I believe?
Basically, what we're saying.
What do I believe?
Believing that these people existed 15,000 years ago. Just
like, did that seem consistent to you, Blue?
Man, that was horrible. That man just tried to base this after they just went to the genetic markers. Like, whoa, wait. So if you're gonna bring out genetics, how do you then back off of that? Then claim the people that were pre-Adamites were wild beasts of the field. Then say, no, we ain't saying that. What we saying is that what you saying is wrong. Like, what am I saying?
But by the way, we got to teach you on pre-Adamites, though.
Yeah. And then when he goes, what am I saying to you? What is this?
Yo,
this is horrible, man.
Yo,
Jose, you gotta stop.
Yo, so Jose, now watch how this goes. Right, Jose, I dig how you're down for your man's. Like, you run a cold full back game, right? So he tries to take this to a whole thing about, like, no, we're trying to prove to you your dating methods. I was like, bro, I didn't even claim a dating method. You know what I'm saying? What are you talking about? The moment you say
sad.
The moment you say young Earth, I try to give you your framework. You know what I'm saying? And then you told me there's still pre-Adamites. I was like, okay, I'm rocking with that. Bet.
The issue is that the other dude, he reads, but he has no logic. And Jose has logic. So he can see certain things. He like, oh shit, we followed. Hold on. Right. I got you, big buddy. I got you.
No, Shamar will say, he's like Jose the one he debates. He's like, I'm the teacher. You know what I'm saying? Jose's the debater. That's where he's getting. I'm the teacher. I'm like, okay. That's why Jose knows. He's like, Jose debates more, so he knows when they're about to go down a bad rabbit hole right quick, and it's about to be bad for him. So, but this is where it gets super crazy, because they're like, we're trying to say just based upon your logic, that's what you're saying. I was like, I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say none of that.
It's like,
and then I immediately said, okay, so if you're working with the young Earth timeline, then you got to work with young Earth mutation rates. I said that twice.
And what would that?
Do you understand what that even means?
And what timeline would that be according?
Do you understand what that means? So in a younger tracism timeline, you have to have mutation rates that match up for Adam having certain genetics, and then us having certain mutations based upon a 6,000 year timeline. So you have to have mutation rates.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
You have to have an alternative system of mutation rates that give you a 6,000 year timeline, right? Which younger tracerists do have. So I'm saying, if you're working within that mutation rate timeline, these people are not going to be 11,000 and a half years ago. They're not going to be 15,000.
So they're going to be younger then? Is that what you're saying?
If you're working with that, again, that's why I put it to you. So either they're within the Torah timeline, or they're pre.
Okay, what is it that you believe though? What is it that you believe? Because you're over here playing detective, right? But at the same time, like, we don't really know what you believe, bro. What is it that you believe? Do you believe they're Israelites? Do you believe they're Adamites? Do you believe they're pre-Adamites? What is it that?
I believe that they're a genetic stock of people in Canaan. That's verifiable. That's what I believe.
Okay, do you believe they're Adamites or pre-Adamites?
I believe they're post-Adam. That's me.
Okay, okay, so got you. So if they're hold on. I got you, bro. Hold on. I got you. Now, if you say that they're post-Adam, according to your understanding and your logic, who would you say they descend from? And can you prove it in the Torah? In that lineage, because we have the book of Chronicles, right? Chronicles means the study of the lineages of our people. So if you really
Blue, I want you to listen to this. I've never heard somebody admit that they asked a non sequitur question before. Like, tell me if you hear him say it. Tell me if you hear him admit that his question doesn't make sense. If you hear him say it doesn't make sense, does it? If you hear that, let me know you hear that. All right.
Really want to say that what you're saying and go with your argument that those people are post-Adamized. Okay, fine. We're gonna give you that, but now you're gonna have to go into the Torah and show us the chronicles of the lineage and the bloodlines of these people all the way until now. Go ahead.
He just tried to reverse your question on you.
So you can't prove it, right? Okay, I got you. So you can't prove it.
Can't prove what? Hold on, real quick. What are you asking?
No. Listen. What are
you asking me? Why is it important?
It's stupid, right? Now you see, this is how stupid you guys are. You guys don't understand, bro. I asked you a question. You consider these people to be pre-Adamized or Adam?
Hold on, real quick. Did you hear him say it's stupid, right?
Yeah. After he asked that question, they go say, nah, it's stupid. And that was actually the question that you need to be answering if you're talking about though there ain't no pre-Adamites.
Yo.
So it's which one is it? Is there pre-Adamites with the wild beast doctrine, or are you saying that pre-Adamites ain't a part of the Torah, bro?
Right. So by the end of this whole thing, like, Jose's not even claiming his man. It's watch this. I'm like, so Jose, do you acknowledge your man said X, Y, Z? He's like, no. I was like, oh, that's crazy. Why? This is some funny stuff.
You say no, they're post-Adamites. Okay, I'm gonna give you that.
I don't consider anything.
Okay, I got you. Listen, now the next question that I'm gonna ask you, and I ask you again, this is gonna be the second time if you actually pay attention. Okay, if you're saying that those people, hold on. You don't seem to be listening to it. Why is the question important?
That's fine. I'm not here to impress nobody.
Listen. I got you, bro. Listen. I got you, bro. Check this out. Am I using another word you don't understand? I got you, bro. Listen, I got you. See, bro, can I speak or not?
You can speak, but I'm still asking you a question.
All right, you know what? That's fine. No, I'm still addressing your answer. No, listen, listen, brother. I'm still addressing your answer because your answer was to me because I asked you, okay, well, these people, according to you, are post-Adamized. I said, okay, that's fine. Let's run with that according to your logic. Okay, well, I'm still addressing your answer now. The second part of me addressing your answer, which you say those are post-Adamized, is this. If you're saying that those people you're saying are post-Adamized, now go back into the Torah and show me the chronology and the bloodlines of these people being, the sons of Adam. Go ahead.
So you literally can't prove anybody descends from Adam because you don't have Adam's bones.
Oh, so you can't prove it, right? Okay, I got you. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. See,
hence the question, right? Hence,
no,
you know what
see, I didn't make no. Listen, bro, this is what I'm saying, bro.
Let me ask you this more. You said when you talk about post-Adam, right? You said that you believe that these people that you were talking about 15,000 years ago were post-Adam, right?
Unmute your mic, bro.
So this is where your man's muting me without saying that he's muting me. This is the
And then gonna tell you to unmute your mic.
right.
Moor, I'm mute your mic.
I don't gotta unmute my joint, bro.
You heard?
If you're gonna mute me, you gotta unmute me to talk, bro.
No, you got hands still mute yourself, bro.
Do you?
Right. So check this out.
Like
I said this before, your man was trying to cut me off. I don't believe there's any human haplogroup that descends before Adam.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so you don't believe that anybody existed before Adam? That's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, then. So, but these people that you're talking about, right? So these people that are post Adam, meaning they came from Adam. How far back do you believe that it goes back to?
I have absolutely no idea on that, right? Like I said, there's two schools of thoughts when it comes to the mutation rates, when it comes to the timelines. I'm not a young Earth or an older person. The time,
okay, so
the amount of time doesn't matter. Hold on, real quick, just to be clear. Hold on, I'm trying to be clear. The amount of time doesn't matter to me because it has nothing to do with salvation, right? So
okay,
that's why I immediately jumped to a young Earth mutation rate concept.
Okay,
so that's what y'all believe.
So now let's talk about post Noah. When do you believe that happened? The destruction of the world, whatever, and Noah.
I don't got a specific time on that, man.
Can you give us can you give me like an estimation?
No.
Give us a guess. Like, do you
like I just told you, I don't have a timeline for that.
You don't believe that? Yes, let me deal with it real quick. So do you believe that was like 3, 4, 5, 10,000? Like, you don't believe anything. You just don't want to.
I really like. So I would need archaeology, and I would need a consistent dating method, right? And so there's hold on real quick. There's beef on dating methods from both sides, right?
Okay.
So like I just said, I don't have a timeline because the timeline doesn't matter to me because it has nothing to do with salvation.
So then why are you asking these questions about,
well, how do we, that's what I'm wondering. How the hell we got to this freaking point then? If this is
so if my G would have stopped asking non-sequitur questions, I could have finished my line of questioning.
You were talking about this genetic stuff, and then we started getting
I brought this out, bro. Because I asked you a question, and I was trying to understand what you believe.
Yeah, I said it 3 times. We don't even really care about it.
Exactly.
You said, you said something that he didn't say.
That has nothing to do with salvation, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Let's calm down real quick. But the reason why I was asking about
so why was I asking about genetics? I was asking about genetics because I asked you a simple question about the people on the Iberian Peninsula, right?
I was just trying to get.
And so one of your answers was that some of them genetically descend, right? And so the next question, the follow-up question was, okay, what genetics makes someone an Israelite or not, right? Then my man answered anything non-Hamitic. Then I asked about the question about E1B1B. That's how we got to the Natufians, because the Natufians have an E1B1B haplogroup, and they are found in the land of Canaan. That's why I was asking the question.
We started getting into the genetics part. That's what I'm saying. We started getting into
my man was saying that they're not there. I'm trying to understand why they're there, and he's saying they're not there.
You know what I'm saying? I'll say we went into a rabbit hole. But
no, it's not a rabbit hole, fam, because my man literally said the E1B1B is not in the Levant.
Well, brother, I'm trying to show you why we believe what we believe, because we don't believe that anything existed past 5,000 years.
Hold on, do you acknowledge that your man said E1B1B was not in the Levant?
No, I just want to address what I was going to say.
So you don't acknowledge you said? Okay, gotcha.
I'm not gonna get back into that argument. What I want to say is, but what I want.
He's like, nah, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. So I'm gonna stop sharing this with family, and I'm gonna do this one more time. So we're going to get super clear on this. So your man said that there's no E1B1B in the Levant, right? So I'm talking about this Natufian culture, of which your man is saying is a pre-Adamite. And then when he gets caught up on the joint, he wants to say, no, you're saying that, right? So hold on, let me make sure y'all can see this. Yeah, y'all can see that. Let me take that down. Bop, bop, bop. So this is the Natufian culture, yeah. Again, in modern dating methods, they use a dating method to where it's 15,000 years to 11,000 years ago, right? In the Levant, they were actually able to do studies on these people based upon bones that they found and actually get genetics from them. And so this is what they found. They found all kind of E1B1B. They found EP2. EP2, let's click on this one, family. EP2 is the progenitor of E1B1B or EM2, and then EM215, i.e. E1B1B. So they found the genetics that predates the split. So that's one thing that they found there.
And where did they find? Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Blue.
No, I was as soon as I was asking the question, I actually ended up reading.
No, you straight. Then they also found a form of E1B1B. And so they didn't find any form of E1B1B. They found a form of E1B1B that's consistent with the multitude of Jewish populations out there. So wherever you find a Jewish population with the J1, you find the same people with EM123 or EM or E-M34. And again, you can find this amongst the Kohanim, both of them. And so my Jesus was telling me that you can't have this marker. It's not going to be in the Levant, and they found it in the Levant. Like, they actually found more of this than the EP2, right? And as a matter of fact, when you get into it, watch. Look at this marker. Possible place of origin: Horn of Africa, Northeast Africa, or the Middle East. And again, this is, EM123 is best known for its major subclade of EM34. Well, look at this joint, right? Yeah, so we got the Natufians, Northern Israel. We got people in Jordan with it. We have Ethiopians with it, again, because the two big pockets are in the Levant and Ethiopia, right? We have Ethiopian Jews with it. We have Ashkenazi Jews with it. We have Sephardic Jews with it. We have Druze with it. Druze Arabs. These are people who say they descend from the Midianites. So you got people, you literally have people, you have Yemenite Jews with this. You have Libyan Jews with this. Anywhere you find a Jewish population with J1, heavy, you find them with some form of E1B1B as well in the Kohanim. You even find the Cochin Jews in India with some E1B1B. But my man, again, I can't stress this enough. That one of the possible origins is the Middle East. And my man's telling you it's not there. And not only is it there, again, here's, you know what? Let me do it like this, because I have this in a presentation. So let me just do it like this and just keep it super real with it. Are you familiar with the Natufians, Blue?
Oh yeah. No, but where I fall off with DNA at is somewhat when we talk about the Natufians. I kind of fall away from the DNA.
Yeah. That's an interesting. Go ahead.
And the reason why I read something that was kind of disturbing, and I may have read it wrong, but what I was reading on the Natufians, they were saying that the arrows on what I was looking at was showing them come from sub-Saharan Africa, but then they said that their DNA had no sub-Saharan African traits. I was like, wait, what? I'm looking at the arrow showing them come from EM92 and split off. So I don't know.
So yeah, the Natufians definitely come from an E1B1B and not E1B1A, which is like E1B1B is technically older than E1B1A. And so what you find amongst them is that their culture went all the way to West Africa, like their technology, whatnot. So they spread their agricultural stuff super far. But again, like amongst them, like where they're at in the Levant, they're there with EP2. So EP2 is the progenitor of E1B1A, right? So there's you can see where the Natufians are going to be alongside E1B1A quite a bit. But yeah, real
So
quick. Go ahead.
so when it says they have no sub-Saharan genetics, is that true? Thank you. Thank you, Princess.
Yeah, E1B1B is not a sub-Saharan. So when you're saying sub-Saharan, you're saying like E1B1A, right? Is that what you're meaning, or what?
No, so the net two
because you have E1B1B that is sub-Saharan as well. That's what
E1B1. I think what I was looking at, it had EM92, and it was showing the split from there, going both directions.
EM or EL?
EM.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
EM9.
I'm not familiar with that. Like, so like the EP2 is what predates the split between E1B1B and E1B1A. And so
is that which one do Afro-Asiatic always be talking about? Ain't it EM92?
Maybe EM96.
It might be.
I'm thinking you mean an EM96, brother. Because that is super old. That is super old.
Are you know Afro-Asiatic, right?
Yeah.
It's whatever he always be talking about that haplogroup, and I think he be tying them to the net two feed.
Yeah, I gotta talk to him about that. Not certain at all. But what I can tell you is this is from my man Shamar. Like again, this is EM 123 with subclades of EM 34, etc. whatnot. This is E1B1B. Like so, my grandfather's and there's African Americans that came up like so. We got Israelites in the community with this haplogroup. I just found that out last night that we got Israelites in the community with this haplogroup. 90% African. 90% African with this haplogroup. So again, this haplogroup is said to potentially even originate in the Middle East. So when he's saying it's a non-Shemitic haplogroup, I'm trying to understand what he's saying. It doesn't make sense to me, particularly because like again, when it comes to the Middle East, either like the two major markers are J1 and some form of E1B1B. Some form of it. Now again, my man showed you a map that showed you the dominant one. What's the biggest one in the areas, right? But that's not how you judge a situation. Like you're not going over all the haplogroups in the area, whatnot. So again, even scientists aren't certain where this E1B1B lineage started, and potentially it's either East Africa, Northeast Africa, or the Middle East. And in its heaviest, densest populations, it's in the Levant, and you're going around in Arabia, whatnot. But its second heaviest populations in Ethiopia. And we're gonna check real quick. And this is a lot of stuff that like 23andMe and Family Tree was saying about this haplogroup and about Sephardic Jews in and of themselves, right? So I'm gonna jump to okay, so they're already talking about the other great peak of men bearing EM 123 is in the southern Levant, right? So they're talking about there's two pockets, right, of EM 123 in East Africa, where you find it in Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia. You even find it in Yemen and Oman, etc. In low frequencies in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, etc. And then the other big pocket is in southern Levant. The southern Levant. Yeah, I'm just showing y'all that. So this is what Family Tree starts talking about concerning the Sephardic Jews. Now, this is what's interesting. Like, so when you understand the genetics of it, EM123 is like the base genetics for Northern Africa, etc., and so the Southern Mediterranean eventually. And so it says from Africa, the first place people migrated was the Middle East. This area has played a crucial role in early human migration history. Ancient hunter-gatherers of the Middle East, known as Natufians, carry the most ancestry from this first group. The Natufians might have spoken an early form of an Afro-Asiatic language and over time adopted farming from neighboring groups with whom they intermarried. So this is literally what Family Tree DNA tells you if you have Sephardic Jewish DNA. This is from my uncle's profile. who is E1B1B, who is EM123, just like his father, who has the Natufian marker. That's what. So when you're talking about Sephardic Jews, they start telling you about Natufians in family tree DNA. Anyway, going forward, I'm just gonna start showing you what they look like. With people with this joint, where you can find them, Natufians. 40% of the Natufians in the Levant had this haplogroup based upon a dig they did. 2 out of the 5 ones that they found had this haplogroup. Afro-Asiatic people. 31% of the people in Jordan have this. That's the Levant, fam.
Yeah, I definitely know that these people. I have no question that
the Amhara in Ethiopia have this. You feel me?
But see, if you notice the DNA, right? What you just read, they tried to clean something up because originally the Natufians are the ones who create agriculture.
No, exactly.
They're trying to lie and say that. Yeah, but look, they're trying to lie and say that they could have learned it from some neighbors that they intermarried with. That's slick, bro. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what it's certain stuff. That's like with me on DNA, it's certain stuff I just kind of fall off. Like I don't see how you getting pygmies is making Sudanese, or the Sudanese is ever gonna make a pygmy. You know what I'm saying? So, or a Twa people. You know, so I kind of had trouble with, you know what I'm saying, with certain parts of DNA. Though I know these people are black. That's not what I'm saying. It's just in some ways they start telling tales, and it lines up with the tales that they tell in general.
Well, there's something to what they're saying though too, like cause some of the so there is some like it's not like there's not some amalgamation amongst the Natufians, right? But like so there's something to where like they might pull something in from one group of people and something in from another group of people and make something completely different with it. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of what they did. They made a whole new level of agriculture, and then they made it go super far and had the reach to do so. So there's a lot being said there. I hear what you're saying though too. But like so we could do more about the Natufians on a whole other one. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. But that is part of it though, like to where they amalgamated other culture stuff and then made something new with it. They were because when they made it new, but I'm saying like they made their technology go from the Levant to West Africa.
Right.
You can't do that with some major trade route game. You know what I'm saying? So if you got some trade pop, you're gonna have some intermingling of information. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyway, so getting back to it, we got 31% of Levant. Go ahead. No, go ahead. You're good.
And see, that's why I be thinking, like, when I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking that we're going in the beginnings of Kush, because we see it's Kush that goes out domesticating.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The different things, all the way out even into India, or we just say the Indus Valley in general.
It very well could be, because you see they got EP2 with them, right? And so EP2 is like it's super old. It's super old. So like, man. No, it very well could be, fam.
Because it's both ways that I think they come in. You got us leaving out through Egypt, going up that way, and you got us crossing over that water and going up through what they call Canaan or Palestine or whatever.
Yeah, and so here's the cool part too. Like so if you rock with the timelines or whatnot, like so if they're talking about 15,000 years ago potentially, that's actually before. That's like 1,000 years before the Red Sea was actually there. That happened at the last spatial maximum, like around 15,000 years ago. So like, or a little bit less than 14,000 years ago. So you literally could just walk through, bro. Like there was no, like, it was all one big spot of land, like connected piece of land. You know what I'm saying?
But see, now this is what I'm saying though. So now once we look at this kind of kills the whole Joshua conquering that area and that being us. Because it can't be us that conquered us. I mean, well, I ain't gonna say that, but but you know, it can be. But this is what I'm saying. When we see the people
that's just like when he went to show what's the dominant marker there today.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dominant marker there today, based on what happened to these people during from the time that they was there, and then during that so-called time, and it kind of, I ain't gonna say the timeline of Joshua, but I'll say that story of how it happens. Well, the people who would have been there in that land would have been these people right here, the Natufians, doing what they were supposed to do, living the culture, being and this is why we saying, like, when we look at different tribes, a lot of these people don't have a Bible, you know what I'm saying? But yet but you see the culture, they're a living Torah. You know what I'm saying? They don't, a lot of the actual written Torah don't come into play until they start converting with a lot of different in Africa with most of the culture. But for the most part, all of them had some sort of spiritual Torah that they are automatically keeping. We see that. And so the people who doing what they're supposed to do are the ones who get conquered. But that's the people, that J marker that's there today, that's Joshua in there.
That would be an interesting conversation to have. I'm sure that's going to come in a debate sometime next season.
Yeah, we got it. We might have to get that one in. And I think because, I
know you already got one pencil. You said you want to run. I know you said you want to run the first one we had back about the Bible being Afro-Asiatic, etc. I know. Is there anything?
Yeah. We could do that.
I know you wanted some smoke on the Amhara people or something like that.
The Habesha.
Oh, the Habesha people. Yeah, I know you had some smoke on that.
Yeah, Afro-Asiatic to call me out on something too. So me and him gonna probably either do something on that or that. But at DNA, he was trying to get into. I mean, because I pretty much told him the same thing. That's why I be saying when we talk about even whether we want to say we were Israel or in that way, or some of us was Israel. That okay. But the Israelites are the people who conquered Israel. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be thinking it's a mix up, and it's hard to keep up with it because the story has a certain narrative, but in some parts of that story, the narrative is off because it's like, these people we can see through DNA. These people are aboriginal to that area. So then we can't go back and turn back and say that they conquered that area.
Yeah, I can feel a few good debates coming out of that conversation. I think there'll be
So I think my argument would be: did the J marker conquer that area? Did the J marker conquer the E? Is the J marker?
Well, you can't even answer that question.
Joshua. That's what I was.
You already know you can't answer that question though. Like, so you don't have any votes.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be a whole bunch of pontificating on both sides. They're like,
we'll have to discuss that.
Yeah, be a whole bunch of smokes and trickery and a whole bunch of what you gonna do, brother? You know, type like WWE type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up. Yeah, we gotta definitely
son of a gun. Woo!
There's definitely something there though. That's what I think we got something in the ballpark.
I'm more concerned about like what you want to do with the Habesha.
I believe that they conquered Ethiopia.
Is that your only discrepancy? Is that your only beef?
That and that they are the fact that they conquered Ethiopia, then they also they used Ethiopia to turn their back and then and conquer put it like this. I charged them with the fall of Africa, bro.
You charged the Habesha with the fall of Africa.
Yeah.
Yo, that's super interesting. Okay, we might have to. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Oh yeah, let me think
I
about that
think
because
that,
we can make an interesting debate. Like, who's more responsible
yeah,
for the fall of Africa, them or somebody else? Would you be open to something
yeah.
like that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we might have to talk about that. We might have to talk about that. But let me go forward with this right
Definitely.
quick. Let me go forward with this
Oh
right
yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
I just want to show where this DNA is right real quick, and then we can just dip out on some whole other stuff. So I just want to show like where there's parts that, like, again, the Libyan Jews have this haplogroup, right? I just want to show where this is actually in the Levant, etc., and where other Jews have this as well. And again, this is not just other Jews having it. This is one of the Kohen haplogroups. There's 21 haplogroups in of the Kohen amongst these cats, and this is one of them. And like I keep saying, wherever you find a J1 cats, you find these cats too. That includes the Middle East and the Levant. Again, these are North African Berbers. They got it. This is other North African Berbers. They got it. Northern Egyptians. They got it. The Hazara got it. The Hazara got it. In Afghanistan, again, Sephardic Jews have it, and not just the Sephardic Jews that got that, like, from that were expelled and went to other places like Turkey and Bulgaria and whatnot. They still carry this one. And so they're talking about phenotypically. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my grandfather right there. That's my mother right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you're trying to tell me like these people cannot be, but the phenotype is right. I don't understand it. To me, that's not consistent. Like, they could look just like the same people you're talking about phenotypically look like you, but you're not going by phenotype. You don't go by genetics. You're going by feeling and spirit. And then some people are converts and whatnot. But they're at, yeah. Anyway. Ashkenazis got it. You know what I'm saying? Again, we got the Walaita people in Ethiopia. They have it because, again, the Ethiopian pocket is the second biggest pocket in the game. The Yemenites have it, including the Yemenite Jews. That's in Arabia, fam. The Oromo have it in Ethiopia, right? The Turkish people got it. The people in Oman have it right next to Yemen, in Arabia again. So we're right next, man. We're all in the Middle East right now. But my man's telling me it's not there. The Israeli Bedouins have it, family. So not only do the Tufians have it, but the Israeli Bedouins have it right now. Right now. We got people in Eritrea who have it. We have people in the United Arab Emirates that have it. Again, my G's trying to tell me that this has nothing to do with the Middle East and Levant ones. Okay, got you. E1B1B is all over that area. Armenians have it. The Afar in Djibouti have it. Italians have it. Berbers have it in Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, etc. And last, but like, there's more, but I'm gonna leave it here. But the Druze have it as well. And this is what I was trying to tell people, like faithful to God, when it comes to saying the J1 marker is this whole Israelite marker, and you got to just stick with it. Okay, there's other studies that are talking about even potentially looking at this marker for Abraham being this marker here, EM123, EM34, right? For the mere fact that people in the lineage of Ishmael or the Sayyids have it, and the Kohanim also have it in the lineage of Israel. But not just that, family. Look at this. You got people like the Druze who say they have it. The Druze say that they're in the lineage of Jethro, a Midianite. So that's literally potentially descendants from all three wives of Abraham, Sarah, Hagar, and Keturah. Israel, Ishmael, and Midian. Again, all this in the Middle East, all this in the Levant, fam. But my man's telling me they're not there. My fault for the overkill. But yeah, what's the chat saying? Yeah. Anyway, you there, fam?
Yeah. Yeah, man, that is I mean, I definitely don't think you can. Like, really, honestly, I don't really think they have an argument, honestly, at all. I mean, I'm just gonna be real with you. But if anybody gonna have an argument, it's gonna be black people. It's gonna, you know what I'm saying? But then, as far as them, they have no argument. Like it's just crazy, man.
So me, I don't make the whole like Negro only argument. That's not me for people who want to claim Israel. You know what I'm saying? But like
Yeah.
I'm not even worried about that one on this one, right? I am saying this like so that at one point they make the argument that that they
I don't think they all look the same though. But
now I'm with that. But here's what that's what they said. Like they literally believe that you can be autosomally. Hold on, hold on. Let me play it right quick because I think they had to say it right quick. I don't think they said it yet. To where they believe they can be autosomally Israel, right? Now this is where I felt like it was inconsistent because they're saying that they can be autosomally Israel, like not having descent from the father passed along, but they're saying that if you're of African descent, you can't be autosomally Israel. Doesn't make any sense to me. And what's crazy to me about that is a lot of us have like matrilineal DNA that's L2, right?
Right.
And L2 is known to be amongst the matrilineal lines of the Moroccan Jews or whatnot. So that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever what they're talking about with that. Because like they're saying it like again, no matter what as long as you're not of African descent, you can be autosomal Israel. That's a crazy baseline to have when you're trying to tell me that your doctrine is like we're trying to erase racism and whatnot. I was like, whoa, what? But you're emphatically trying to tell me that people can't be black and people can't be.
Well, really, but that is part of the issue is the fact that they really can't be black and they can't be white either, and that's why it does kind of draw a murky line in some ways because really that it's tough to say that because especially a lot of them empires, a lot of them is mixed and you know what I'm saying. It's multiple kind of people kind of dealing with each other, and on top of that. I mean, you can't say a lot of today. We would call a lot of them black, but as a whole, back then you can't really even kind of say that because it's like
yeah, I don't even worry about that. Like, so I make I make the basic argument that they're going to be of an Afro-Asiatic stock, and I'll leave it there, right? Because like that means that they're going to have brown skin, black hair, brown eyes, right? And
because being black wasn't really like you know what I'm saying like us being black people have all throughout.
I need that clip that Solar got from you know what I'm saying Domo debating your boy right quick on black in the ancient world or whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did she call herself black? Was she black? No, black.
Yeah.
Black wasn't a construct back then.
And that's why it kind of falls short because it's like, well, nah, you can show black people and you can show people who look different. It's gonna be hard for you to show more white people than anything. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you definitely show mixed people who probably look like Jose, and you can show people who look like me.
To me, honestly, it's not hard. Like so. There's basic genetic groups in the Middle East and in Levant or whatnot. Like there's groupings that you can find, right? That reminds me of something else I wanted to do right quick. Well, I'll speak while I'm looking it up. Like so, I'm not I agree with them in the concept that Israel came out as a mixed multitude, right? So I don't think that there's one haplogroup in Israel. That's not how I get there. I do believe that there was multiple people that came through or not. However, I don't know where is my at. This is something I want to know from them and whatnot. Like so, in Leviticus 24 and in Chronicles 2, there are situations to where you have Egyptian men who have children with Israelite women or whatnot, and the Egyptian men are sojourners or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So my man's keeps telling me that like there's like even E1B when A can't be in the Levant or whatnot. I'm like I don't understand that because at the same point in time they want to tell me that they were saying that they have pharaohs that have E1B1A. So I'm like, yo, wait a minute. So if you got people in Egypt who were E1B1A, and we came out of Egypt, a mixed multitude, how are you gonna
on that?
How you definitively say there's no E1B1A amongst Israel? That don't make no sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, you dead on that automatically.
Like that's what I'm saying. You can tell one of them debates and one of them don't. You know what I'm saying?
And he just kept falling into stuff the whole night, bro. The whole night. I see that. And he kept, I like I said, man, you gotta fully, when you pull out something, man, really read it.
Right.
Don't just listen to what somebody told you and then go find the quote. Read what they're talking about, bro. Read the whole thing. It don't take that long.
So this is DNA from mummies in Egypt and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. Some of them are J1, some are J2, some are E1B1B, some are R1B, some are E1B1A. And like they said, they got pharaohs that are E1B1A in Egypt. And so here's the cold part. We literally, like, there's Israelites in the community right now. Like, so we got me, right? I'm E1A, right? I'm something completely different than these cats, right? We got Yehukanan. He's R1B. R1B. We got people like Dante Fortune. It's E1B1B. Right? And not just any E1B1B. He's the E1B1B that goes back to the Netufis.
Man.
And he's 90% African. You know what I'm saying? Like it's fam. Like so we have a very diverse population amongst people of Afro-Asiatic descent. Period. So this mixed multitude, like this is why you have people like the Fulani who have multiple different haplogroups amongst them. Multiple. They got the R's, they got T, they got both E's, they got all kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Fulani straight so far. All the way across.
But they're huge too. Like fam, like we're talking about huge people who like the Fulani dwarf us. People like, you know what I'm saying? We're 45 million people in this country. Like the Yoruba like are 45, the Igbo are like 40. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The house is like 80, like bro, they're huge, man. It's crazy to think you're gonna have a huge homogenous society like that. Like that don't make sense. It don't make sense, but I can tell you this: like you can't tell me that. Like so, if we came out of Egypt, a mixed multitude, we potentially came out all of this. If you're claiming to be Israel, you know what I'm saying? We potentially came out all of that as a mixed multitude. So that those Egyptians from Leviticus and Chronicles, who had Israelite children with Israelite women, and in Chronicles they got counted as Israelites, right? What was that Egyptian's haplogroup, and what was his children's haplogroup? What were his sons' haplogroup? Because it could have been J1, could have been J2, it could have been E1B1B, could have been R1B, could have been E1B1A. There could be an Egyptian subclade of E1B1A in the house of Judah via Chronicles. Like, come on, fam. There could be a subclade of E1B1B, but they're trying to tell me it's not there. Yeah, there's EM96, bro. You might be talking about that one. Anyway, I'm gonna get off my high horse right quick. Get off my joint.
Hold on, you just had it on the screen. Let me see it.
Hold on. I'll just do this. I'll go straight to it. It's a big one. It's a significant one. Super significant. Yeah, it's super big. I'd like to hear what he has to say about this one. Yeah, Afro-Asiatic's part of the league now, right?
Yeah, he just joined.
Yeah,
he definitely did join. So I'm
it's
interested to see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna walk with him down that road. You said he got a lot of good points, but it's just a few places where it's gonna have to come to a head. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. But I got a whole nother little ordeal. I'm actually getting ready to actually go live myself in a second.
That's
I
what's
got a
up.
show to do on Liberia.
What channel you going live on?
Oh, investing off the blue.
Well, family, if you are interested in hearing some information about Liberia, go check out Investing out the Blue. Real quick, I wanted to say this to the family. Like, so Jose Vega and Shamar and whatnot. Like, so you're trying to tell me that there's no one that came off the slave ships? Oh, I forgot to play. Yeah, I gotta play it out. I gotta finish out where they literally say that they have Shemitic haplogroups. Them.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got people like Yehukanan that got R1B, right? And so he doesn't have like the RM269 that you find amongst the Spaniards and amongst your people. You know what I'm saying, Jose? Like in Puerto Rico or Mexico, and you know what I'm saying, where Shamar's people are from, right? Where I think Shamar sounds Mexican. So don't let me assume that he's Mexican, but he sounds Mexican. But yeah, my man got a whole different R1B, and so he's saying he got R1B V88, and so that one comes through the Levant.
I don't think it's like I don't see it.
And kicks it down in the Chadic areas of the Sahel region and whatnot. That's where it's highly concentrated and whatnot. So there are people who did come off the slave ship with haplogroups that you can find descending back to the Middle East and whatnot. Like I said, like we got Israelites in the joint who are E1B1B and some that are R1B, and all descend off people who walked off the slave ship, and they didn't get. And so my people, like Shamar was trying to say that black people could only be, or people who are of African descent could only be Israelites if they mixed with Shamar's people, if they mixed with Jose's people and whatnot, right? So first of all, they don't. The native haplogroups to America are not Middle Eastern haplogroups. Native Americans do not have Middle Eastern haplogroups. That is verifiable. But they definitely so my man definitely did not get R1B from a Native American. My man Dante Fortson definitely did not get E1B1B from a Native American. That did not happen. That did not happen. But yet they got genetics that they can trace back through to the Levant. So we got to work on that a little bit, fam. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this one out because I forgot that they actually say that they got Shemitic DNA, and he knows he's caught too because he's like, yeah, you know, because I asked him, so all right, so what markers are that? What markers do you have that are Shemitic and whatnot? And so he's like, yeah, just the ones that they would have over there. I was like, oh, word. We got no scholarship on it.
I want to say is about the post Noah time, right? Because we bring this up all the time. You know how we know we don't go past 5,000, 6,000 years. So when people like you say, oh, these people go back 15,000 years, to us it doesn't make sense. It could pre-flood. Like we like at the end of the day, it could have been millions because we believe in Neanderthals over here too. We know Neanderthals go back hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years. Some scientists say. I don't know. I wasn't there. There's no way to really track time like that. But what we can do is track this post flood, because we do know that the oldest tree. We bring this argument all the time. The oldest trees that are around the world only go around a little bit over 5,000 years, and we know that trees make up at least 28 to 32% of oxygen worldwide. So we can clearly see a destruction over 5,000 years ago to the point where, like, the oldest tree, like I said, are 5. So we know that. So when people bring, this people is just a 15. That's why I tell people, well, you can believe what science is telling you, and maybe they were pre-flood, but if you want to talk about post-flood, it can't be true, because to my opinion, life goes back only 5,000-6,000 years after post-flood.
Okay.
Let me address this real quick. Let me address this real quick to Brother Moore. Yeah, bro. I get it that you say that there is a E1B1A haplogroup in the Levant. Get it?
1B.
Got you. I got you, bro. Which is still Hamitic anyways. But the whole point is that, yeah, I mean, we can see the map that you have Shemitic haplogroups, which is 6, which has nothing to do with the ones that you're talking about. But just because there's some haplogroups in the land right now in the Levant, that's not automatically makes them ethnically the Israelites, bro. That's my point. Whether or not they're there. What was that?
But hold on, just so I'm clear, but being J does.
Yeah, because J has always been there, bro. The tribes began in the Levant. The whole Shemitic tribes began in the Green Crescent in Iraq through the Sumerians, bro. The Sumerians are considered to be Shemitic too. The Chaldeans are Shemitic. The Assyrians are Shemitic. The Arabs are Shemitic. Our people are Shemitic, bro. All of our people that are in the Middle East right now, the Levant, even parts of North Africa, bro, they're still Shemitic tribes. So yes,
okay, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, okay.
So real quick, just
so again, we saw that EM123 plus E1B1B period, like EM215, all like it's all over North Africa. And again, those people phenotypically look the same as the Sephardic Jews, as people in Israel, like North Africa and the Southern Mediterranean people phenotypically pretty much look the same, roughly the same. So again, it's inconsistent to say like, yeah, we can do this by phenotype, but you know what I'm saying, we're gonna exclude some genetics and then say like based upon it being Hamite, but having no frame of reference for that. They're gonna try to say like, oh, well, the Bible says that they're Hamite. No, the Bible doesn't have any list of haplogroups in it at all. None whatsoever. So you can't automatically assume one haplogroup is this and one haplogroup is that. That's why you hear Yuke and I keep saying like, no, we can't say what Abraham's genes were because we don't have that evidence yet.
Just to make sure I hear what you're saying, like, so your people have Shemitic haplogroups, right?
Yeah.
So what are your people's haplogroups that are Shemitic? Just so I'm clear as to what this looks like.
Well, you know, it'll be the same ones over there, bro, in the Middle East, bro. So, but again, we don't subscribe to that ideology, but we know that our people had haplogroups or Shemitic DNA within them. So that's the whole point. But again, we don't subscribe.
You're talking like autosomally.
What was that?
You mean like autosomally? It doesn't have to be like Y haplogroup, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying you're not making that argument. You're saying you can just like autosomally connect to Shemitic people.
Well, no, like DNA that goes back to the Shemitic tribe. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but again,
autosomally. Like, I'm not saying just like via the father. I mean, like it can be like through your father's mother or your mother's father or whatever. You're saying like it can be like or anything like that. Right?
Exactly, bro. But again, yeah, we understand all those concepts, bro. But again, like Jose Vega and I, we don't subscribe to this idea that, oh, well, wait a minute.
So this again, fam, I'm not trying to take a shot at y'all, but this might also be another reason why people like Sakari and why the homie the Mighty Hebrew might not want to deal with y'all is because I'm having to explain quite a lot in this conversation. Like stuff that you're saying you believe in, I'm having to explain to you. And then I'm also having to deal with you mischaracterizing a lot of stuff being said. So they might not want to deal with you based upon the same concept.
Have you done your DNA test, brother? Oh, if not, you cannot be it, bro. Like, bro, we don't subscribe to that bullshit, bro, at all.
Exactly. Even if you want to prove this genetic argument, whatever, if you go to that person and say, "Oh, you're an Israelite," and they tell you no, then what was that whole genetic argument about? He don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? His spirit doesn't bear witness of being a damn Israelite. Yeah, you can talk about his blood all you want, but he'll still deny God. He'll still probably want to be worshiping, Kemetic or Moorish or whatever different beliefs that are out here.
Okay. So
Like
just so I understand, like, so any Jewish group that doesn't have a Shemitic, a straight Shemitic haplogroup, whatever you're saying, wouldn't be genetically Shemitic. I'm not saying Israel. I'm just saying genetically Shemitic. Hold on, I'm not saying Israel. I'm just saying genetically Shemitic. I'm trying to make sure I understand your paradigm. I'm not trying to like pigeonhole. I'm trying to make sure
bro. See, we're going in circles with this bullshit, bro. Vega, are you ready?
I'm literally trying to make a distinction just now.
I got you, bro. Vega, let me know when you're ready to start bringing out the JODa NutZorra video, because I believe we're being distracted from bringing out, this slander campaign against us, bro. So that we can deal with that, bro. I don't want to go out without dealing with this video that JODa NutZorra did, bro, last night, attacking all these lies and deception, slander against myself and the ancient Watchmen and you, bro, and pretty much the so-called Hispanic Native American community, bro. Is that we gotta address all that, bro. But yeah, man, I think we're gonna end it on that note, bro, when it comes to this whole DNA just nonsense, bro, because again, everybody that listens to the ancient Watchmen, you guys know that we don't subscribe to the haplogroups, genetics and DNA and all that sort of stuff at the end of the day. So we go by the spirit. If your vibration, your frequency is connected to that of our people, bro, because our people have the oral tradition of them being the Israelites. Obviously, you guys know that we don't subscribe to tribalism when it comes to, whoa, wait a minute, you're from Issachar, oh, you're from Judah, oh, you're a Levite. Like, what? No, bro, we don't have the transcript. We don't have the, the chronicles of our people going back to the times of Ezra, bro.
Yet and still, they teach that the gypsies are the Levites. They teach that the gypsies are the gypsies of Europe are the Levites.
So that's why, we're saying that we go by the spirit, going back to the curses too, and who fits the curses to the T. And you guys know that Hispanics, Native Americans, and Gypsies fit the curses to the T, and that's a fact, bro. But yeah, man. Any last thoughts, Brother Moore, before we move on with our class?
No, appreciate you for indulging my questions, family.
For sure, bro. For sure. Thanks for coming out, man.
I will say this though, like, so being that you guys have a very distinct belief system. I invited you on last time, like, so there's people who, like you're saying, like Mighty Hebrew won't debate you, whatnot, all them kind of things. Like, so I know people like him and other people personally, and I have access to moderating debates on all kind of platforms, like Debates RFU, etc. Even Garfield was just letting me talking about having me moderate on his platform and whatnot, right? So if you actually want them and then debates and whatnot with the names and whatnot, yeah, I got no issue trying to make that happen, because y'all have a very specific belief system that I do agree with you that people do need to parse and whatnot. That it's easy to get confused for something else.
All right, brother. Thank you. Thanks for your thoughts, bro. Anything else, bro? We gotta let you off?
No.
All right, man. Shalom. Thanks for coming out, man. Thanks for coming out. Peace.
So I want to point something out. So I want you to read the bottom of the screen where it says, "Beware of the lying Hamitic serpents from Tokyo." This has been going down for a hot minute below the screen, right?
Then, bro. Once again, man, thanks.
So he's talking about Judah. He's calling Judah a lying Hamite, and knows that his mother's Puerto Rican. Same thing that Jose is. And got that level of a double standard. And this whole time that I'm on, Avanya's been trying to get on, and they won't let him on. Avanya's a Torah Knight, and they won't let him on. And then I'll tell you this, like I invited them twice to come on Debate Talk for You, or to actually try to seek debates with people that they're talking about wanting to debate or whatnot. I'm trying to make that happen. And they don't seem like they really want to make that happen. So I'm hearing an inconsistency with what they're saying and what they're doing and whatnot. I see a big inconsistency and whatnot. But with that, I'm going to share one more thing. And we're going to call this one good. Hold on, someone says they got a question. What's your question, fam? I don't see your question. Oh, there we go. Is that Giovanni?
Oh yeah, Shalom. OM, what's been going on, bro?
Yeah, Shalom. Yeah. So from what I understand, like I haven't talked to you about the whole thing. From what I understand, you were trying to get on the whole time. My man Shamar wouldn't let you on. Was that the case or no?
It was actually in the midst. It was StreamYard was kind of playing with me, and they wouldn't allow. Every time I kept hitting allow, it just wouldn't let me come in. So I'm not gonna say the brothers blocked me. I think it was a user error on my end, and I ended up blocking myself. And then I had to go through the process of figuring that all out. That's actually what it was. But I don't want nobody to think I was running on. I want anybody please retract them statements though, because I don't run from nobody else.
No, I know you wasn't running fair. But yeah, my apologies to the brothers then if it was a user error on your part. But from what I saw, it seemed like it potentially could have been something else because I know you were trying to get in, and I know like I was getting muted without people letting them know I was being muted or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So.
And no, let me say this first. I just want to address this. First thing first, I'm not 100% clear on what all happened, so I can't confirm nor deny. I'm not here to take up for anybody who's done wrong. Judah's my brother, but I'm not here to take up for stuff like that. I'm my own person. Okay. Now I am here to say this: when I come on the panel and I make mention of why people speaking on Torah nights. And then you have brothers who just start flying off, or they all rats, and they all this and they all that. You ain't even took time to meet all of us. You're going off what one person has said and one person has done. You put us all in the category. That's number one. Number two, I'm not on here to debate, bro. You know who I am on. I'm not on here to debate. But I will say this though. I did hear mention of the brother saying that there is no colorism mentioned within the scrolls. I got a big dispute with that because I can show all kind of colorism mentioned in the scrolls. And I actually kept on hearing the brothers keep on re-saying how learned they are, how much they know the scrolls, and I'm like, oh, okay. But when you make statements like that and you say there is no colorism, then I have objection to that.
Right. So my big dispute was who they were like on who is and who is not Israel based upon what characteristics. And so they were saying, for instance, that like people like yourself and myself, if we have descendancy from people that came off slave ships, that we can't claim that unless we've mixed with their people. And to me, that was a very inconsistent argument the whole time I was talking to them. They even claimed that like they literally claimed that they have Shemitic haplogroups. And literally, like my man Jose's Puerto Rican. Like Puerto Ricans don't have any trace of any native haplogroup amongst them. It got completely wiped out. They have either Eurasian or Afro-Asian or African haplogroups. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
Real quick side note, I thought we wasn't dealing with the whole genetics game because I thought we came to the conclusion that it's just too many loose ends when we start dealing with that. So it's a lot easier to kind of deal with prophecy and to deal with how things are going versus off this blood. Because let me go ahead and make it clear for anybody. If they prick my blood and they say that it goes back to Africa, all that means is that somebody I'm related to died on that soil. It doesn't exactly mean they're from there. I can live in China, be born in China for 40 years and move to America and die here. When you look at my DNA, that doesn't exactly mean I'm from America. So like you said, bro, a lot of that is just, it's the complexion of a circular argument,
Yeah. And again, this is not to be insulting in any way, shape, or form. Like again, like y'all see my genetics, my DNA videos are up. I'm not talking about nobody. Like I'm literally related to, like I have Native American DNA. I have DNA from the Iberian Peninsula, North Africa, West Africa, all that, right? Yeah, my DNA is up there, right? But I am saying this, like, the arguments aren't lining up. It's not consistent, fam. Like, you can't say this is your history, and then you have the ability to autosomally connect. But like, but other people who, just because they're of African descent, don't have the ability to do the same thing. When it's demonstrable that the same thing can also apply. That's not consistent. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not gonna get into like are people are racist or not racist or whatever. Like, I'm not. That's I ain't got nothing to do with that. That's between them, the Most High, and all that type of stuff, right?
Right.
In my understanding, I don't think the Most High is racist. Like, I know in your understanding, you said that there's a lot of colorism in certain things, right?
Absolutely.
Different people read the same scrolls and do it differently, right? But the one thing we got to do is, like, if we're going to read the scrolls, we got to be consistent on how we're applying the thing. We can't apply it one way over here and then like try to switch it up over here. Like, no. Like, I'm like, so I'm gonna hear you. I've never heard you go against yourself when you're trying to break something down. Like, exactly. you keep it 100% consistent from beginning to the middle to the end. I know exactly where we're going with the thing. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to start off saying like, oh yeah, well, you can be. These people were genetically the people. And they're like, well, no, really, they were converts. I'm like, well, no, really, they can be spiritual. Like, you what? You've never had me going like, where? You've never had me trying to follow the bouncing ball like that. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, bro. Because everything has its own time and a place. And you know what? If you got your screen share pulled up, I don't know what you're going to present, bro, but can you pull up Lamentation 4 and 8?
Sure.
Okay.
Right, quick. Oh, wrong one.
No, just being patient. Because like I said, man, colorism, it is definitely there. It's not dealt with the way it's dealt with today, because today people don't understand how to.
What do you mean when you're saying colorism? Just so people understand, because this is a different thing.
When I say colorism, not that it made a more of an importance on anybody's color. That's not when I say that, no. But it does make a distinction about color. It does make a distinction about the loss of color, and it does make a distinction about identifying marks on people that have to do with color. So when people say there's no colorism there, I have to say I object to that, because I can point that out 100 places.
Okay.
Because the reason why I say that, because brothers, the argument that I heard being made was, can you point out where it said these people were this color? Can you point that out? Yes, we can. That's easy. But this also came from people who said they knew the scrolls. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say this, and I'm not trying to be hostile, but I made mention to this in Torah Night Chat. Just because of the brother's comments, we're not going to glorify. We're not glorifying coming over here to destroy somebody who we feel like is entry level. With that, I yield.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's pretty clear that that I don't think there's too much like scientific dispute or scholastic dispute on the stock of Israel being historically an Afro-Asiatic people, or Hebrews being a Afro-Asiatic people. I don't think that's in dispute.
Right.
But and it's crazy to see people trying to fight it. Because at the same point in time, like, this is what I don't understand. So when I watch some of the other videos, and these brothers were talking like, well, yeah, like there's even black people amongst them and whatnot that are Israel and whatnot, but they don't look like Africans and whatnot. I was like, okay, so what are you saying black is or whatnot? Like, so they're just talking about dark skin is dark skin. Like, so much. So what's really the beef with Africa? I'm trying to understand what it is. Like. What's the hyper focus with, like, okay, on one hand you're trying to say that you're trying to end the racism thing in this whole thing and try to go at the One West cats, but on the other end, like, your foundational focus is to say like, well, yeah, but no one can be black. Like, nobody from the Bible is a black person. Like they can't be of this particular skin tone or whatnot. And like again, my man showing the description right now. Like their visage is blacker than coal, right? Or than a coal. Right.
Okay, so real quick, I want you to, because you're real surgical. You know, you're more surgical than me. Can you break down that first part right there? The visage is blacker than coal. And like you said, we're not going to do the Christian jump in the bag, and we're not going to equate this to spirituality, because there's a time and a place for that.
Right. Now I'm going to say what I was going to say. There's either there's one or two ways to do it. It's literal or figurative.
Right.
Literal or figurative. And so the best way to do it is to go to the word. Like, what does it mean? Again, it has a primitive root to be dark, as withholding light, transitively to darken, right? Be black, right? To darken, cause darkness to be dim, hide, right?
Right.
So it's on one level, it's talking about hiding something. On another level, it's talking about being actually dark. So,
okay, cool.
So, like to me, when I see the color breakdowns, on a figurative level, they typically don't. They're either denoting something good happening or something bad happening, right?
Right.
That's me.
I got you, and I got another one too. I got the precept to this too.
No, that's what's up. But for me, what I see in the scroll is like what you're saying here is like, so when it talks about the physical description of Israel, like they're either ruddy or they're black, or they're one of the two.
Right.
One of the two. Like, so ruddy is still brown.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Ruddy is like the reddish color brothers, you know, like honestly, like JODa, that's ruddy. You are ruddy, bro.
Yes, exactly, 100%. And so 100%. And the cool part is if you get me and Judah in the sun way more, right? Like we'll actually get a reddish tint to us. You actually see the red tint.
I'm the same way, bro. Same exact way. That because this picture that I have on, that's not a picture of my face, y'all. That's just a picture that I copied. But and you know what? Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and read the rest of that verse, because I don't want to leave nothing out. But that first half of the verse, we definitely don't, you know.
Yeah, their visage is blacker than a coal. They are not known in the streets. Their skin cleaveth to their bones. It is withered. It has become like a stick.
Okay. We understand we had a situation at that time where we was fleeing, we was starving, you know, we was in a damn real bad state, you know. And we're not gonna be remedial and pull up what a coal looks like, because I'm pretty sure everybody on the panel knows what a coal looks like. I want you to do this, bro. Let's go to some of that high science. I want you to go to Song of Solomon 1 and 5, bro. And we're finna deal with some of this high science about color. And I believe it's 1 and 5 and 6, I believe.
Okay, it says, I am black but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept.
Okay, wait. He said, look not upon me because I am dark, because the sun, you see that? Now we all know, wait a minute, just break that down.
Yeah, and 1:5 has a whole breakdown too, because it's definitely like, so when it says like as the tents of Kedar, like literally Kedar is talking about being black or being real dark, if you understand that word.
Exactly, bro. And so when, like I said, when I hear people make these statements and say they know the book, because I ain't never said I know the book. I will never tell you that. I'm gonna tell you I'm still learning every day.
Right. But
I'm never gonna say I know the scrolls, bro, because that's a real bold statement. That's number one. But number two, when you tend to make statements like that, you know, y'all got a way of making you expose yourself, you know. But here go the real high science. Beautiful thing. King Solomon makes mention of that being outside, subjected to the sun, made him darker. Now, we understand on this earth, there's only a few demographic of folks who really can do that. And there's some demographic of people who don't agree so much with the sunlight. All right. So what he's talking about is him getting a pleasant tan to his brown skin that just made him a little bit darker. And whereas we can go real science, when it becomes summertime and you're outside more, you get a little darker. And when it becomes wintertime, you tend to shed a little bit of that darkness off. So can you read 6 one more time, bro?
Yeah, look not upon me because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but my own vineyard have I not kept.
Okay, cool. And like I said, I'm not here to do a whole lot. You know, we could leave it at that right there. So when I hear those brothers say there is no colorism, can you point it out? Let's just start right there.
Yeah, and at the very least, I'm like, I don't understand the concept of like, I don't know why it's controversial to think that people who are Afro-Asiatic are brown. I don't know. I don't know why that's controversial in any way, shape, or form. Because if we go to any of their language groups, right, and you show me the phenotype of the people who's rocking with, I'm like, okay, we're gonna find varying ranges of brown, from super dark to the ruddy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't understand what the beef is, because like you're saying, like a lot of people. I heard a lot of Christian apologists like, yeah, you can't use these verses to talk about phenotype. Or what I was like, well, why not? I don't understand. Like, so what makes you think it doesn't? Like, so if I'm putting my hand in my cloak and it comes out leprous or whatnot, that's got to be significant. Like, the only way that's significant is if my actual skin color is nothing like the leprous color, right?
Right.
That's the only way it would have a significance to it. Otherwise, God wouldn't have done it. You know what I'm saying? So,
you know
like,
what? Let me back you up on that. Let me back you up. I don't mean to cut you off because I'm just brainstorming, so much going through my mind. Correct me if I'm wrong. When people say you can't use the scrolls to talk about genetics, but wait a minute. Correct me if I'm wrong, but can we go to Leviticus 13? Because for anybody who doesn't know, the 2 longest chapters in combination in the Torah is Leviticus 13 and 14. And they talk about malignant skin disease.
Yeah, real quick before we even jump into that, like, so I also want to make mention of this. Like, so we have the Midianites who are the children of Keturah, who is said to be an Ethiopian woman, right? And so we're already understanding like she's like, okay, she's not going to be blonde hair, blue eyed at that juncture, right?
Right.
We see that the tense of Kedar here, right? The concept of Qatar being dark, right? Those are that's the lineage of Ishmael. So that's like the people of Hagar, right? So we already know Hagar is Egyptian.
Right.
Right. So Hagar went and got an Egyptian daughter for Ishmael to go marry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Kedar, you know what I'm saying, comes from a lineage that's 3/4 Egyptian.
Right.
So all these people are like when they're being described, they're having this whole ruddy to black concept between all 3 of them.
Right. Right.
Which is not inconsistent with the Afro-Asiatic. Like, again, like, let me go drop you off in Yemen right quick and see if you're gonna run into.
Man, you know what? I ain't gonna hold back no more. I've been trying to be modest, man. The reason why is because too many of us are Negropeans. Example, you go see that picture, Cesare Borgia, right? And a lot of people, same common argument. Well, that ain't what he looked like. Well, that don't matter. That's why them niggas act the same way they act right now, bro. They have that same apologetic attitude from Christianity that they never shared away, bro.
Yeah.
That's what they grew up to. That's all they know. They only know trying to justify why they looking at a picture that don't match the physical description.
Right.
Sorry about that, bro.
No, you straight. And I was trying to figure it, like, and that makes so much sense too, because when you're hearing Shamar talk about, like, Shamar talk about Shamar talk about that, like, yeah, these people in North Africa got the same phenotypes as the people in the Americas. I'm like, how? When? Like, how did the people in the Iberian Peninsula get the same phenotype as the people in the Americas? Like, when did that happen? How did that happen? Like you can't be sitting and telling me like you're Puerto Rican and you look like the people in North Africa and you've always looked like that.
Man, bro, you know what that is. Let's point something out. It's as tough as it is to say, there were certain people who were marked, had certain marks put upon them to identify them, right? And I'm gonna go back on what you just said. You had these 3 different people who all are associated with being dark, right? Then you had their grandfather, Abraham, who kept telling them, don't go have no children with the Canaanites. Actually, he actually said it twice specifically. Don't go have children with the Canaanites, because the Canaanites they was not all retaining their pigment anymore. People, we can deal with that if we want to today, or we can wait. But William, you know what I'm talking about. It was a curse, a skin curse put on people so they could be identified. In the midst of what we did, we disregarded all of that. And I'm not trying to be offensive to nobody. The brother's right. You can't look at somebody and say, you're Judah, you're Issachar, you're Edom because you're white. Torah Nice, we never subscribe to none of that. I'm not here, like I said, I'm not here to take up for my brother Judah. I never heard him say that. And I'm in back chats with this cat, as well as online, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we've never subscribed to that. We subscribe to your spirit, you know, first, number one. And the reason why we subscribe to your spirit is because we did the mixing that we wasn't supposed to. We can go through many sources. We can go to Edra. We can do this all day. And that's the reason why. Ain't that the reason why Ezra, when he seen them kids, he cut their hair. It wasn't just to purify them. Some of them kids wasn't looking like us, and they had afros, and they wasn't supposed to, because we wasn't supposed to be fucking some of them people. But I digress on that part, though. With that, I yield.
Yeah, and on that point, I know we agree. We have to agree to disagree with it. I know you rock with that. I know that Judah thinks that Esau is the white man, etc. Whatnot. I don't have that same viewpoint and whatnot. Because to me, I still rock with the whole like.
Oh no, me neither. I never think it's just Esau's the white man. That's if Jacob and Esau are twins. If Jacob and Esau are twins, and Jacob is brown skin or Kedar, then Esau has to be just about his same color. All right. Here's going to be the difference. The difference is who they went and mixed with, who they went and had kids with. If Esau went off and had kids with a leprous Hittite woman, then that child probably didn't come out as Kedar as Jacob, or he would have been.
I hear what you're saying. So what's your position on like mixing with the Egyptians?
No, there was nothing wrong with mixing with the Egyptians. There was nothing wrong with mixing with the Egyptians at all. In fact, when we go keep it a whole book, it was actually more righteous to have married an Egyptian than somebody of your own kind, because of our incest laws. Joseph went and had an Egyptian wife. He ain't had no problems out of that. I mean, Solomon dealt with the Ethiopian Queen Sheba, and he ain't had no problems with that. So I don't have no problems with that either.
Yeah, I might have to have you come on and break down your whole belief on this one again. It's been a long time since we talked on this. I know you get real intricate with it and whatnot. Like I might have to have you come on a debate talk for you and do like a whole little interview on this one.
I don't know if they like. I mean, I'm still a part of the league. I don't know if they like me or whatever, but I don't go.
I'm moderating both, man. Like I'll be moderating debates in both leagues next year, so it's not a problem, bro.
I got you. I got to figure it out around my work and my kids' schedule, but we can get that. We can make that happen, though, bro.
Yeah, because I know because here's what I'll say about Ivania, right? Even if you disagree with Ivania, you can't disagree with him based upon how, like, my man would have some he will make you look at a verse all kind of like you have to like acknowledge how he's looking at it, because linguistically you can do a lot of stuff with these verses and whatnot, and how Hebrew works and whatnot, and you can't not like there's things that I disagree with him on that I even acknowledge, like, you know what, I can't say you can't see it like that. Like, he has a real interesting methodology. Like, so I like, even if you disagree with him, you got to respect him.
Hey, I appreciate that, bro. Hey, that just comes from study, prayer, faith, man. Like, seriously. Like I said, we can go into this many different ways, because bro, you got to study behind these words.
Yeah.
As we know, bro, if you want to find gold, you got to dig for it. It will not be on the surface. And I don't have no problem with brothers who got good passion. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to make sure, like you said, we on the same page somewhere. you know. And I ain't asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to look at the text and you dispute the text for yourself.
Right. Exactly. And I'll say this, like, so you hear a lot of Israelites talk about, I got these precepts for you, but like when you hear Vine say he got precepts, like like I said, he has them lined up, ready to go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they go into they flow into each other perfect. You know what I'm saying? So like you can see this, the stream of thought. It's not something he just put out of thin air. You know what I'm saying? He's looking at something in a string of things and trying to make something congruent happen.
Oh man, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. But you know, like I said, I'm just coming on, man. You know, I just want to contest some of that. I don't want them brothers to think they're gonna get off completely easy. I know they listening. They might be on the panel muted. I don't care. But y'all gonna have to go look at that stuff. I know that. And you retract some of them statements.
I wish they would hear from him, because here's the thing. Like, I got no issue having all kind of conversations with people I disagree with. Like I was on that panel. Like, I disagree with like 99% of things they said. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't have to be beef, and we could just talk about it, right? I don't like. To me, I'm all about let's get the information out there. Like, what do you believe? Why do you believe? It doesn't matter if I agree. But it doesn't matter if I agree.
Absolutely, bro. It don't. You're right about that. It's about what the text say. It's about, are we sticking to the text, or are we kind of, creating our own text?
Mm-hmm. Right. And if we can have an honest conversation about the thing, we know we're talking in good faith. But like, so for instance, if I'm saying that you can't say that the Israelites are have any particular color to them based upon the scrolls, and then you come to me with the scrolls you just came to me with, and I'm like, oh, those don't apply, and I'm doing all kind of song and dance. I'm not having a conversation in good faith.
Absolutely.
If we can't have a conversation in good faith, like we really can't talk. There's no point to it. Like we're just wasting. We're playing an elaborate game of dress up at that junction. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I got a final precept. This is a famous one too. Let's go to Amos 9:7.
Okay.
And we're gonna leave it on that Amos 9:7. We'll let it sit right there. Because see, OM, he deals with Torahnites on a constant basis. We're not about accusing you. We're about allowing you to put your foot in the hole, and you bring it back out. And when brothers come out and make open statements, a lot of times you step your foot in that hole.
He said, I don't see a question.
No. There we go. It says, "Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, saith the Lord? Have not I brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Capsor, and the Syrians from Kir?"
And you know what? Let's deal with that right there. Anybody know? When you look at Ethiopians, they are not all completely chocolate people. Some of them are very light. Some of them are very brown. Some of them are very caramel. Mm-hmm. Ethiopians are just like us. They come in every shade and complexion of what we call Kadar or ruddy or brown or red.
Right.
So are we going to even dispute what the Ethiopians look like?
Man.
I rest my case, bro.
Great point. Fantastic point. I'll tell you right now, I got like a whole bunch of Somali people that tell me like, yeah, we were the pharaohs in Egypt and whatnot. We had the same genetics and they look like us and we look like them. Like, you know what? When they dig up the pharaohs, a lot of them do look like my Somali people and whatnot. But the Somalis got the same breakdown as the Ethiopians. You got really light ones, you got super dark ones, etc., etc., etc. Hair texture, from super tight curl hair to some with a little bit of a bigger curl hair. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, bro? It's so funny that you say that. I've came across the same accounts. I've came across some Hamitic brothers who say this from them areas, say the same thing. And you know what? You notice that's the really taller Africans too. I'm not trying to be funny.
No, facts.
That's that tall branch. Like women are like 6'4", 6'5" over there.
Yeah.
And I agree with them too. They are the pharaohs because the pharaohs had money. Whenever somebody goes to war and you got money, when you don't want to fight, you get the fuck out of there. See, when you're poor, you don't have the resources to just leave. But when you're a king, you have resources. You can get up and go. I 100% agree with that, bro. That's my stand.
Yeah. No, they my Somali fam, they break it down. Like they talk about how they're the Cushites, like all that type. Like, so when it says like, so here it doesn't say Ethiopians, it says the Cushites, right? The Cushite, right? It's like, so they're like, yeah, that's us. Straight up, like that's us. We were trying to Ethiopia, we were trying to Egypt, all that. I was like, I believe it, fam. But you can see it in the phenotypes when they dig up the pharaohs, though. It just is what it is.
But not only also that, we also got to remember and establish that the political boundaries that we recognize today from America, Africa, those political boundaries did not exist until the 1930s. Right. So when those people in Somalia say they are Kush, they could very well be that, because once again, we're looking at the political boundaries that have been established. That has nothing to do with ancient matters.
No, fact, and it's being proven out. And real quick, I'm not saying that all the pharaohs were Somali. Obviously, that's not the case. I'm just saying you can see by some of the phenotype, like some of the pharaohs, you can see a link and whatnot.
Absolutely,
even with genetics as well. But
what it is it's a migration from the Middle East down into Africa. But I'm gonna stop right there. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this though, so there's people like Dana Marnici. Reynolds and whatnot, and other people were saying no, and other linguists and other people like that were saying no, it was a reverse migration from Africa into the Middle East, right? So when you hear the Somalis break it down, like it makes so much sense because they're from the Horn of Africa, right? So a lot of people, the linguists are finding out that there's a particular theory that stipulated that the Semitic languages came from the Horn of Africa into Arabia and into the Levant that way.
Right. And you know what? I got one. And this is for all my African brothers, I want y'all to be proud about this. When you look at some of the oldest Greek accounts of Khufu, the dude who actually built the pyramid, when you look at some of the oldest accounts, his name is actually Enoch. And I'm going to leave that alone.
No, that's what's up, man. Now, it's good to be with you, brother, man. It's been a long time, man.
I already know, bro. I'm still around, bro. Hey, whenever you can hit me up on Messenger any day, bro, and you can hit me up for the new phone number and all of that. And them other brothers,
that's what's up.
They would like to talk to me. They can hit me up and get my phone number, and I'll talk to them too.
No, that's what's up too, because I'm definitely trying to get a Torah only conversation going together. Because like I'm not really hearing too many of those. Like I know JODa got one channel, so that he had to restart another one. I saw you in the family building on the homie channel for the Shabbat the other night. You know what I'm saying? I gave y'all a quick shalom right quick.
Right.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to get some more Torah only conversations going on and get some things like just go through some doctrine and get some things out there for the people and whatnot.
Gotcha. And I want to recommend some, because if anybody would have actually tuned in, a nice portion of our program was about health and wellness. That's something that we want to start promoting. We deal with doctrine a lot. But, we want to start promoting and dealing with our own health and our own wellness, especially in these times, bro. So we're promoting a little bit more exercise, better diet. We already on the good diet, but we still want a better diet,
I know that's right. We can always make it better.
Absolutely, bro. So that's what we on right now, man. We're definitely trying to advocate that to all the platforms that we deal with, Take a little time out, man. But ain't nothing for 15 minutes. It actually helps because you got people who listen to you. Now, this is from me to you, Owen. You got people who listen to you, you know what I'm saying? 15 minutes. It won't hurt none, bro. I promise. And you'll be blessed from that. Trust that, bro.
That's what's up. I'll take it.
Okay.
So appreciate you coming through, fam.
No problem at all, bro.
Yeah, yes, sir. So with that, family, I appreciate y'all for sitting with us for this long. I'm about to jump off this thing myself, get into my day, do some other things, but I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all were edified and entertained at the very least. And like I said, if you want to hear the conversation between me and the Ancient Watchman without any commentary, I did upload that earlier today. So that is on my page. With that, family, I say peace and love.
I like the way this feel, yeah. Let my soul cry, yeah. Minister, we gonna speak from the heart on this one. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on attendance at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That mean you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the ambulance roll out their stretcher. Why can't you see it's not logical? And you live diabolical. Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They wanna see my reaction. I'm really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. Can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on your temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In the van coming with a ram with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and that change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, been after my license day one. Let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occurred. Now you getting served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.